crossover. Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, good afternoon.
Hello, Happer.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
I'm okay.
Nick, some critiques already about you
Okay, cool.
from Jordan.
What?
Why
Fix
did
your
we
face, Nick?
Well, it was fix Bryce's face. The question for the graphic today, did we really need to use a picture of beardless Bryce?
Well, I tried to find any picture on the Nebraska website from the Crown game last night. I couldn't find any. So I just had this Bryce picture. So I used this Bryce picture.
Well, the game was 2 nights
Yeah, it was 2 nights ago. Nick.
Either way.
Maybe that's why.
Well, no, because I was on the website when I went under the game. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find
They
the
sent
picture.
out courtesy photos.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wasn't in the courtesy. I didn't have the courtesy, I guess.
You didn't have the courtesy.
Okay.
You
There
can
you
ask for help.
Yeah, you could have.
I could have, but I also threw that together about 15 minutes ago.
Interesting.
It's been a busy day.
You did put a lot of thought into it, though. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, there's a crown on the basketball. Get it? It's Bryce. He's a player for Nebraska who still currently plays for Nebraska.
That's
And
true.
There's your breakdown of the Crown.
I mean, you guys are unreal. You don't want to talk about the Crown?
Schaefer is jacked. Schaefer is jacked about Nebraska Georgetown.
This can't be true.
We interviewed him on the show on Monday. He was like,
Yes.
it's always been a dream of mine.
Yes, that's true.
To have Nebraska versus Georgetown.
I did hear
Does
this.
he realize that John Thompson is no longer around and
He
Patrick
said,
Ewing
R.I.P.
is long gone?
He
and
said, in spite of their failures over the last several decades, that he is still excited for Nebraska Georgetown.
You know what this is? This should be called the salute to the 1980s game,
It's a good one.
because that's when both programs were they were big and relevant, 1980s, but together at the same time.
It's also between two coaches who people love to say that they respect. People love to say that they
I
respect
respect
Ed
that.
Cooley. They
You
love
are
to say that
right.
they respect Fred Hoiberg.
The Respect Bowl.
The Respect Bowl.
It really is.
Yeah.
We could have that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can get some of the MTV VJs to, throw up the ceremonial first ball.
I forgot
Good
they were
one.
called VJs.
Yeah, they were called VJs.
I don't like that name.
What are VJs?
Video DJs.
Video disc jockeys.
Yeah.
You didn't like that?
No, I don't like VJs. I just don't like the term.
You don't
VJ.
like
Yeah, it's a
VJs.
bad.
VJ
it's a bad
sings cool.
term.
It's not a bad term.
It's not a good term.
It's a fine term. It described what they were. They were hosts.
Hey, if you don't know what a VJ is, man, you can't afford it.
Nice.
That's right. That's right.
That's
What other cool 80s things can we incorporate into tonight's game?
Short shorts are back.
Val Kilmer.
How about the
R.I.P.
red, white, and blue basketballs? We can steal that idea from the NIT, another tournament that no one cares about.
Okay, did you
Perfect.
guys see? Is it okay if I go off script for just a moment?
Please do.
Okay, did you see this Val Kilmer? I retweeted it. Interview that he did years ago, where with Chuck Klosterman. Happer, you're still reading that book,
I love that book.
the '90s.
Yep.
Did you talk about this on your show today, Happer?
No, I never see. I don't know what you're talking
Thank
about.
God. This is incredible. I stumbled upon it on a place I go to many times, the Bill Simmons subreddit. But
He
John,
loves Val Kilmer.
don't worry, John. You're not going to hate this. So he said. So I'm reading Chuck Klosterman's story. This is from Esquire. This is a 20-year-old interview. He starts talking about things that happened to Doc Holliday, a character he played in Tombstone.
Mm-hmm.
I say, no, you must have misunderstood me. I want to know about the toll it took on you. He says, I know, I'm talking about those feelings, and this is the conversation that follows. Chuck Klosterman, you mean you literally had the same experience as Doc Holliday? Val Kilmer, oh, sure. It's not like I believed that I shot somebody, but I absolutely know what it feels like to pull the trigger and take someone's life. Chuck Klosterman, you understand how it feels to shoot someone as much as a person who has actually committed a murder? Val Kilmer, I understand it more. John's not even listening. He's typing. This sucks. It's an actor's
I know
job.
exactly what you're
A guy who's lived through the horror of Vietnam has not spent his life preparing his mind for it.
Oh, my God.
He's some punk. Most guys were borderline criminal or poor, and that's when they got sent to Vietnam. It was all the poor, wretched kids who got beat up by their dads, guys who didn't get on the football team, couldn't finagle a scholarship. They didn't have the emotional equipment to handle the experience, but this is what an actor trains to do. I can more effectively represent that kid in Vietnam than a guy who was there.
This is amazing.
It gets better. Klosterman, I don't question that you can more effectively represent it, but that's not the same thing. If you were talking to someone who's in prison for murder and the guy said, man, it really bleeps you up to kill another person, do you think you could reasonably say, I completely know what I'm talking about? Val Kilmer, oh yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Klosterman, let's say you made a movie, someone made a movie about you, Val Kilmer, and they cast Jude Law in the lead role. By your logic, wouldn't this mean that Jude Law, if he succeeded in the role, would therefore understand what it means to be Val Kilmer more than you? Val Kilmer, no, because I'm an actor. The people in those other circumstances don't have the self-knowledge. Klosterman, well, what if the actor was about your young life before you became an actor? Kilmer, I guess I'd have to say yes. And finally, Klosterman, okay, let's assume you had been given the lead role in The Passion of the Christ. Would you understand the feeling of being crucified as much as Jesus? Kilmer, well, I just played Moses, of course.
Wow.
All-timer.
Wow.
R.I.P. Val Kilmer.
Crazy.
It only begs the question, is Val Kilmer playing a dead guy or is he actually dead?
Oh, John, great question.
He knows what it's like to murder somebody more than someone who's murdered somebody. God, those actors that sniff their own farts to that level.
He can effectively represent a person that has murdered.
Yeah.
Wow. Just an
Don't
ultimate.
put on the internet that I murdered.
That I could actually buy, right? You know?
I mean,
he's an actor, right? He can more effectively represent that. But does he actually know what it feels like? And then he doubled down.
But you can't know if you're
Kinda
accurately
Bigelowed it.
representing it if you haven't
He
done
Bigelowed
it. Right?
it. Was he doing a bit? There was more quotes in there. I'm not going to keep reading it, but there were more quotes where Klosterman had a chance to talk with Oliver Stone, and who's a director, Happer, and he was like,
Thanks.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he's like.
And now he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly.
Old man Doug emails in.
Yep. He loves
Subject line, Val
emailing.
Kilmer. Email. Keep in mind, Connor hasn't watched many movies. That's the whole email.
I understand words though, Doug. So when Josh reads me the words, I can understand them.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's true though. I haven't seen many movies. Not compared to all you freaks out there.
Freaks.
All you do is watch movies, I guess.
That's not true. I do other things. Now, you're a producer. That's all he does.
Yeah.
All he does is watch movies.
And if it weren't for the movie club, my movie consumption would be at all-time lows.
Yeah, you might be with me, John. You might be right there.
Yeah, but you watch at least one a week because of the movie club.
That's what I'm saying. If it weren't for the movie club, my movie consumption would be at all-time lows.
You would have never seen Super Troopers if not for the movie club.
Ugh. Maybe we should cancel the movie club.
No.
Why do you want to keep canceling all the fun things, John?
By the way, Brian says that our app just went down, Nick. So
I can't.
Everything's
do
falling
anything
apart.
about that.
Nick's headphones don't work. The app. I mean, you can email somebody.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I
but
can't fix it immediately right now, though.
Are we
What I'm
sure?
saying.
Can't email. Okay,
Are we
I
sure
guess
it's the
I will.
app?
I will email.
are
All I
we-
was asking was Nick to email
Are we
John.
sure it's the app or is it his app?
I don't know.
Well,
These
there's
are the
one way to
questions
find
that I
out.
can't answer right now, John. I'm just trying to get things fixed.
Well, but you don't know it's fixed until you know it's
I
broken.
was just going to email Neil. All I wanted somebody that wasn't talking in this moment in time, me, to email Nielsen. Is that so hard?
But what if? But like John
what
said,
if
what
it's
if it's
not
not
broken?
broken?
What if it's one dude who
Yeah.
just can't get his phone to work?
Yeah.
All right.
Then the email
Brian,
would
they're
have
saying
sent
you're
in vain.
They're saying Brian's an idiot.
I'm not saying anything.
Padilla said that the stream went silent, but I assumed he meant the video stream. The video stream was fine, but then you said the audio stream, so maybe it is the app.
Yeah, when somebody says stream, Nick, they mean
Do they anymore? If somebody says stream, because I always assume they mean the video.
no. They would never mean the video. They would
Why-
say they
how
would say
can you-
YouTube is down
How can you be so sure that they would never mean the video?
because nobody
We're in a
calls this the
commercial right now.
stream.
Why wouldn't they? It's the stream. We're
We're in a
streaming.
commercial right
It's a
now.
preview of Dumb Debate.
This is-
Tapper, would you ever call the YouTube video the stream?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, well, you're an idiot too. No. Nobody calls this the stream.
Just
This
because
is video.
people have a different opinion.
Hey guys,
or
my
thought
app's
of
not
you,
working.
The stream
Nice.
is down.
I think the
The
stream is
audio
down.
No,
stream
I'm-
is down.
John,
Those
you
commercials
just keep
always
getting
play.
commercials.
Hold on.
You know, those commercials always play first.
I got nothing.
All right. I will
No, I have
forward this.
nothing.
I will forward this email to
I'd say,
John
Josh,
Nielsen.
send that email.
I'm going to send it. I was hoping Nick could help us out, but he decided not to.
How many other radio shows have to deal with trying to fix things live on the air while the
No.
show is
This is
going
what the
on?
crossover
many.
is for, right?
Yeah.
We
it
just
really
do
is.
stuff.
Yeah.
Whatever comes our way.
Old Man Doug says that Zone TV is also blurry.
That's probably a camera thing.
Either that or our internet today. I was trying to do something in our.
Oh yeah, my internet was slow today too.
Yes, okay. I'm happy it wasn't just me.
Yeah,
I was uploading some videos, getting ready for the Grum, and
now,
I was
that
like, "Wow,
Sage
this
really
is taking
didn't work, did it?"
No, it might have broke things. Maybe it burrowed its way into the computers.
Nick, I wonder if it's because I think it's a stream issue, not an app issue.
Yeah, no, I think it is a stream issue.
Yes.
During the break, I'll go downstairs. There's a button. There's one thing I know how to do that might fix it. But if that's not the problem, then I don't know.
Oh,
That's cool. I like it when a button fixes it. It's
That
like a
is
breaker. I never
awesome.
understand breakers.
Well,
You
there
just
used to
switch
be-
the breaker
yeah.
and it's like the power's
There
back.
used to be the macro inside the computer that sometimes got
yes,
silenced.
the secret, the
silencer.
the
It's in
underground
the relay,
button.
isn't it, John?
Yeah, I think that's
The
it.
relay.
Just run a macro.
Click the relay button, Nick.
I'll run the live macro quick. I'll do a few things. Continue amongst yourselves.
He's going to do a few things, ladies and gentlemen.
He's gonna work on it.
I'm gonna try some stuff.
But we love our people who are listening on AM radio. We serve you.
Yes,
Thank you, Kier
we serve you.
Mm-hmm.
and Kier.
We serve you.
Nice reference, Happer.
Mhm.
Good reference.
That show's gonna be gone for 3 years.
No, they said it's not going to be gone for 3 years this time.
really.
Yeah, well, there was the writer strike last time. The strike is
That's
no
true.
more. The strike is no
So
more.
what? Next year, 2 years?
My guess would be 2 years. It will still be a long time.
Why? Meaning 2
Meanwhile, the
years. 2
pit.
years to do 10 episodes.
Meanwhile, the pit is doing a 15-episode season 1, and they're returning in January, probably with another 15 episodes. You
It's
fixed
back.
it.
Hey, cool! I fixed it.
Good job, Nick.
Nick Grimm, ladies
Well,
and gentlemen.
I know, ball.
We can email John Nielsen and say, never mind.
my wife is an enjoyer of the pit.
Dude, it's a great show.
Yeah. She wants stop playing.
Child.
I thought I had already exited out of the app.
That's quite a delay. It's like a minute probably.
Hey,
I thought I had exited
now
out of
you
the
can
app.
listen to the minute that you didn't get to hear on the stream.
That's the beautiful thing about our app is you think you exit it from it, but you got to go through many steps to actually kill it.
Do you?
No, you don't. Just
Yeah,
swipe
you do.
up.
No, you
This
do.
is when the John not having an iPhone is very
No,
confusing.
that's
to me.
not what it is.
John, just
I've
okie
seen
dokie
it
it.
on iPhones as well.
Okie dokie, your app closed.
You actually have to exit the app.
Yep. Swipe it up. That's how we exit
Zip,
our apps
gone.
on iPhones. That exits it.
Yes, but it also you can also do it on these phones, but it doesn't all the way exit the app.
Mine does.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Mine works great.
You can also just hit this button, and then you have all the things, and then you can just boop, boop. I'm
Well, there
going
you
to all
go.
these apps. Look at all these apps I can go to.
It's all fixed now.
By
We're
the way,
back.
Thanks to
to
Nick
prove Nick's. Oh wait, never mind. This doesn't really prove Nick's point. But I sent it to John, and now it's fixed, so we don't even have to. But he said which app. I guess he didn't say which stream. He didn't say video or. Yeah, I don't know what kind of phone.
People say the stream's down. I just assume they mean the video stream.
Yeah, I
that
never
is the
was.
You said
stream to
which
me.
app? Like
Yeah.
1620 the zone?
I don't know. Yeah. Thankfully, we're all fixed. Wow,
Either
this
way, I fixed
crossover is
it.
a crappy
It's
boo year.
fine.
This crossover sucks.
No,
What?
don't
Horrible.
even trip, Josh.
It's a
Don't even
bad
trip.
crossover.
Don't trip.
Oh, here's a
Don't
text
trip.
from 5 minutes ago. I think your app just died.
It just came in now?
Uh-huh.
I think you have other phone problems.
And
than our
Josh
No, I
apps.
just-
wants to do an entire show where it's nothing but people reacting 5 minutes in the past.
It's called Topic Alert.
No, it's called I hadn't opened up our text machine yet today. Yeah.
It's a long name for
Well,
a
how are
segment.
you going to do a big red overreaction where you take no calls
I'm
if you
emailing
refuse,
Nielsen.
if you refuse to
This
open
is
the
unreal.
app?
I'm trying to fix our radio station, not reading text
And
from
who
listeners.
ended up fixing it? Me and Nick.
You didn't do crap. What did
Yeah,
you
I
do?
did. I just said
John
put 'em
actually
up
gave
to
me the idea because I wasn't thinking about the macro
So
thing because
fair.
it's been working.
Wow. John, learn how to
Fixed it. Breaker, fixer. Breaker of chains, fixer of chains.
learn how to close apps on your phone before you start talking more mess
What's
over
this?
here.
Hey, Josh.
Josh, you are so inferior to me when it comes to technology. It's not even funny.
Definitely.
Not even funny.
That's the new
Definitely.
movie
I
club
literally
video.
fixed our radio station.
You did a great job.
Thank you, John.
Meanwhile,
You-
we need
you did the
videos, and John
physical.
says, "Can you help me out, please? I don't know how to do this." Every day I get texts from John. Can you upload this? I don't know how. Can you upload this? I
No,
don't know
that
how.
has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the program I used to use.
What would
Doesn't
be the
work
test
anymore.
to decide who's the most technologically savvy?
That's actually a great
Who
question.
knows tech ball?
I don't know.
Yeah. We should run that. We should have a test.
Was
Yeah,
it like
I'm all in.
Because
see
I
who
will
gets
have.
last.
I will not disagree that John knows more than me about NextGen.
camera, tree, phone, pencil?
John definitely knows more about NextGen than I do. This is inarguable, but that's not technology.
Ooh, I wonder if I know more about NextGen than
it is a
John
piece
does.
of technology, but that doesn't cover the broader technology.
Give me an example.
Phone stuff. You just said you don't know how to close the Zone app in an easy, simple way.
I do know how to close the Zone app.
You sat there for 30 seconds scrolling as it talked into the microphone. I'd say that's bad at technology. You don't think that's bad at technology?
No.
That the phone was loud for 30 seconds? You couldn't turn the volume
Josh,
down?
I told you the only way to exit is the way I had to.
Why didn't you go turn the volume down?
Because I wanted to annoy you, and I won again.
Well, but you proved
it's so easy.
But you proved that
it's
you're bad at
so
technology.
Easy. No, it's
John's just owning the libs.
I guess he is. So that's one way.
It's really not.
What are other ways to show you're good at technology?
Fixing things.
Fixing radio station audio streams.
Well, we did that. I said NextGen already. I already said NextGen.
We need more.
Josh would just be like,
things.
send an email. That's how he would answer.
Send an email.
Send an email.
Chancy Pants. I don't think that's our chance. Says fixing the printer.
Fix the printer.
I don't
That
think
might be our chance.
I don't think anyone can fix the printer.
Is
I think
it?
once the printer goes crap,
It's
you
done.
just screwed.
Yeah, the
You know who's
technology
really good?
Olympics.
Oh, it
Miss
is,
Cynthia was really good at fixing the printer.
Oh,
I had a question about how to
okay.
refill the toner. I didn't know what I was doing, and Miss
Bring
Cynthia was
everything-
like, "I'll do this."
Why?
I'm just saying she was really good at fixing the
This is-
printer.
Yeah.
Miss Cynthia fixes the printer really well.
Oh,
Unreal,
no.
Nick.
Fixed.
Now we're really screwed.
Yeah.
Guess we're never printing anything ever again.
I guess not.
Want to talk about what you miss about Nick Handley?
Saw Nick yesterday. He's doing great.
Awesome.
I like his voice. He's got a nice voice.
Saw Nick yesterday too. He's
Yeah.
doing great.
Awesome.
I didn't get a chance to talk much because I was doing my stupid radio show.
Yeah,
he does a show every time that he has a game to call that night.
I know.
Well,
but
this was different because he was doing the show and I wasn't, so I walked in and said hello to the boys. Said hi.
Yeah, but Abner was trying to take the day off.
I was.
John does the show before every baseball game
I
he
know.
calls.
He's built different.
Apparently.
He works harder than I do.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to show Josh a new part of the world he never gets to see, the inside of Charles Schwab Field.
Otson says, what do you miss about Damon Benning?
I don't know. He'll call your show.
Or
You can
Kevin Kugler.
just wait for him to call your show again. And ask.
That's true. He'll probably call this crossover right now.
Who will?
Damon.
Oh, yeah. He never calls our show. He just calls you. When's the last time
Well,
we
he
heard from
occasionally
Damon?
texts.
Damon
He does
likes
text.
me too. He
Yeah.
calls me
occasionally
slick.
texts.
I mean,
he calls you slick.
Is that a
Damon
good
calls
thing?
me slick.
Is
Nick,
that a good thing?
you could be a first-time caller of Damon's show, and he'd come up with a nickname for you.
That's true. He would.
It feels
Damon's
good.
good at coming up with nicknames.
What's up, Skibbity Doobity?
It feels good to be given a nickname.
They're
All right.
great nicknames, but there's some good ones in there. Skibbity doobity.
Yeah.
That's definitely one.
I would pay to listen to Damon say skibbity doobity.
Skibbity doobity.
Next time he calls in.
Hey,
Ask him to say
skibbity doobity.
Skibbity Doobity. Chance writes, I miss doing half of Damon's job for him. Now, Damon, bad at technology.
Not very good at it.
My God.
I swear, once a week when he first
That's
got
a
here.
different way of saying driving.
How do I log into my email? Damon, you have a password. I don't
What's your
have
password,
to
Damon?
use your password.
But he had a pretty good self-awareness.
He did.
Right?
He did.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Except when, no, he had a good self-awareness when it came to his driving, too.
But he just tweeted out food. He's not listening to us right now. He just tweeted out, guys, it's topped with sausage. And a picture of a sandwich.
He loves food.
Yeah, it's a burger with sauce. I don't like a burger with sausage on it.
Yeah,
That's weird.
just leave it a burger.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan either.
Sausage is too much.
Yeah.
You
I
put
love
like
sausage, but I just, I don't need the sausage.
I don't
with
like
the burger.
brisket on a burger. Like just it's a burger. Just
Yeah,
keep it a burger.
I'm kind of out on that. Like occasionally they'll have like a Reuben burger on the menu. I love Reubens.
Yeah.
Mm.
Just put the other Reuben stuff, the kraut, the cheese,
and make it the burger.
and the
krauts?
sauce, and then no, that does not count.
Oh.
That was the
Designated Hitler.
That was the that
He
was
said
the
it
previous
didn't
war.
help.
That was the previous war.
No, they called him Krauts in the Second War too.
Oh, that's right, they did under hits. Yeah, just give me the other stuff, but don't
Agreed.
put more meat on the meat.
Agreed.
Unless it's bacon.
It's either making a
Unless
burger
it's bacon.
or
It
a
is-
Reuben.
It
Not a
is
Reuben burger.
interesting how we're cool with bacon on a burger, but not sausage. But it's just a different form of pork.
It is different from pork. Yeah.
Well, but it's the
Skinnier,
Seems
it's less
closer.
cumbersome.
Yeah.
Seems closer to the burger than bacon does.
People are talking about
Yeah.
putting whole sausage patties on top of already burger.
That's what
patties.
Damon. That's what Damon.
I
just
don't-
did.
That's crazy.
I don't like thick sausage patties. I like thin sausage patties. Thick sausage patties is almost too much sausage.
You're talking about on a burger. Or you're talking about just
In
in
life.
normal
In
life.
general.
Both
Yeah, but
in
how,
general.
how many places do you run into where it's a thick sausage patty?
Gandolfo's. I got a
No kidding.
I got a
How thick
Gandalf.
is it?
sausage muffin. It's like burger thick.
Sausage,
Really?
Gandalf sausage.
Happer doesn't get that reference.
No, but I
But he
laugh
does.
at it every time.
But he
It's
does.
so funny to me. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
I like thick sausage when it's in the cylinder form, though, not in
mean
the
the-
patty.
You like a thick
You like a
sausage? You
link?
like a-
I like a thick link. I don't
Thick
like a
link.
thick patty. I'm a thick link boy.
okay. Well, it's kind of hard to do a thin link because then it's
Well, they got links with tiny
that's,
diameters.
that's called Slim Jims.
They have non-girthy.
What about
links.
crumbles? How do you feel about crumbles? Sausage crumbles?
On a burger?
No,
Oh, in
Sausage
life?
crumbles might work better on a
well,
burger.
it, like in an
Like
omelet,
like in a burrito.
like in an omelet.
I'm okay with sausage
Oh,
crumbles.
well, you kind of have to have it, right? Either that or it's just like a giant.
I've seen a
hunk of
sausage
sausage.
patty
Yeah.
in a burrito before.
Really?
a whole ass patty.
Sometimes I'll just throw the bacon slices into my burrito instead of cutting them up. Like, why not? Who cares?
Don't even have the energy to just tear up the bacon.
I don't. I'm
slices.
like, yeah, just throw it in.
There's some places here that if you get a breakfast burrito and there's potatoes in it, they just get a whole French fry and they just put whole ass French fries in there.
Not bad.
It's a potato.
By the way, Husker Country wants to know what the hell is NextGen?
That's
Oh,
that's
Shout
a-
out, he spelled it correctly.
That's
did.
a long story.
NextGen
Well, it's
is
not a
the
long story.
radio program from 1994.
Okay, now it's becoming a long story.
I figured it would.
that is
It's
the
the
backbone
computer
of
that-
most radio stations in the whole country.
It's the computer system that runs our commercials.
Yeah, we press F9 or you're Nick, you're just click a button, I guess. And then,
and then
Nick's
sometimes
got
John
it.
accidentally touches the
Yeah.
mouse, and then Nick gets mad, and then John says,
Use
Why
F9.
Just press F9.
Just press
Just-
F9.
just-
I
press
don't
F9.
want to, John.
everyone in every radio station ever presses F9.
F9.
But I'm different.
That makes you cool.
I
man.
know, and that's
Yes,
why
it
I'm
does.
just going to keep moving them out.
Keep moving the mouse, John.
mm-hmm.
Too hot coffee.
Yeah, because
There it
remember, the
is.
reason, because I mean, we all do what we learned most likely, which is why, Jake is going to open up 13 files because he's learning from Nick. But Nick didn't learn from someone who was an F9 boy, just like I didn't. You know why? Because the producer that was here the longest, he made it so the computer couldn't do F9 for a while. Remember? Because he accidentally would press it and then he go to commercial. And then he'd get yelled at by Bob Bruce.
How can he accidentally press anything with fingers like that?
Especially, he was probably wiping them down the whole time.
Ugh.
I don't know. I don't know how you accidentally press F9. It's not like it's anywhere normal.
Right.
It's in a weird spot.
It's
Yeah.
a key on a keyboard.
Yeah, I don't get
Unless you're like leaning on it.
it. Yeah. Which maybe he was.
Perhaps.
Odson, I arrived at NRG and confirmed that you could do F9, and everyone looked at me like I was a GD alien.
Like in
What is that?
What's F9? I didn't know about it until John told me about it.
Wow.
So back when I was still part-time and I had to do some stuff on the FMs,
Yeah.
there was one specific, I don't remember what it was, but there was one specific situation where somebody taught me and they're like, you have to press F9. And then at some point I realized what F9, I made the connection that it just did that. Like, okay, cool. I'm
Well, that's
still
a
going to do it
horrible
this way.
teacher.
Can you send it to break after this crossover with F9, please?
Oh, it's a great idea, Nick.
Could. I don't know if I want
Yeah,
to.
but it
Can't-
might
no,
give
but
Nick the heebie-jeebies.
I'm requesting it.
Or
Can
the
you?
what's
Yes,
his
I
nickname
can.
now?
I know how to.
Skibbity dibbity.
Skibbity
Skibbity
dibbity.
dibbity. I miss being called Slick.
Oh, yeah, we got an email from John. Damon calls Nick Slick because he can't remember Nick's name. He's like, I know it's an ICK.
It's weird. It rhymes. You're so close, Damon. It's right there.
Slick Nick.
There's
possible.
25 other letters it could be.
It's possible.
Could.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible.
Skibbity dibbity.
Skibbity.
Skibbity.
dibbity.
This is not Wick.
It's true.
Yeah,
And I could
Or
be like
Vic.
John Wick.
definitely good. It's not Vic.
Yeah.
You don't think I could be a good Vic? Not as in Michael, just in general.
Well, yeah, I was thinking Michael. But
There's other people.
Vic is actually kind of a good name.
Yeah, it's
actually.
short for Victor, which is also a cool name.
Yeah.
Oh, is this true? Chance writes, Matt Tompkins' behavior. Was that Matt who taught you about F9?
No, it was an FM person. They were teaching me how they did
Okay.
remotes at the time.
I guess I thought he
Oh,
was.
I thought I was the one that exposed the F9 to you.
No,
You don't want to
Okay.
say their name?
I don't remember who it was. It was somebody who
tough luck.
used to work on Sweet, then Q, who doesn't work here anymore.
Sweet and Smalls?
It might have been Smalls.
Small.
Might have been Jenny. It could have been anybody.
Jenny.
It might have been a part-timer who
Jenny.
had a little more experience at it, and then he trained me, and then he's not here anymore.
Nice. There you go.
Now Nick is creating an army of Nicks,
I know.
making them do weird things.
I don't make anyone do anything.
One of them is here today.
Yeah, he's learning.
I have told every
Hi, Jake.
I've told every producer I've ever trained, hey, you don't have to do things the way I do it. You'll just get your own style at some point. You don't have to
Definitely.
do it this way. It's not on me if they keep doing it.
Yeah,
the way
but
I
they
show them.
do tend to, follow pretty closely what the person who taught them did.
I'm sure
It's
I
like how
still
the
the
morning
beginning,
show
and then you
used to have their
kinda-
pods labeled, and I was finally like, you don't have to do it like the old guy did.
Here
You
we
could
go
do-
with
You could do it better. And they were like, oh.
Joey still opens up every tab.
that's on Joey.
I think he does a lot of the other things differently, but he still opens the 12 tabs.
So there's one thing that
That's
he
the
learned.
fun thing about being a producer. You just kind of pick up on things, and then you just amalgamate it all together into your own style.
That is fun.
I'm happy I learned from Lacey.
I'm sure I still do things that Ben showed me.
Ugh!
I know.
Ugh.
I was around Ben a lot.
Yeah. That's a bummer.
Then everyone else who trained me isn't here anymore.
Well. R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Like
Alex,
Val
remember
Kilmer.
Alex? Alex trained me on some things.
Alex?
He was a part-timer.
Alex?
He had a beard. Really liked Mumford and Sons.
Was he an Iowa fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Alex. Vaguely.
Mm.
He was a part-timer who was an Iowa fan.
I don't remember.
And there was a full-timer who was an Iowa fan, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he was a fine producer.
He texted me recently.
Did he?
Alex,
No,
the
the other guy.
the fan of Mumford and Sons.
No, not that guy. The other guy. He said, hey, do you think the Patriots and the Cowboys could work out a trade for Micah Parsons? And I said, leave me alone. Don't you dare. I hate you. But you know what? With how Jerry's talking these days, who knows what the hell's going to happen.
he is senile.
Oh, my gosh.
Comment on YouTube from Chance.
Hello, Chance.
You guys remember Chance? That guy was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, that was
I
a
did
good
like
guy.
Chance.
I think he works at Piggly Wiggly now.
Oh, that's exciting for him. Mm-hmm.
Hy-Vee.
I like Chance.
I do too.
I miss Chance.
Chance was good people.
At least we get Chance's comments.
Yep, that's true. It's like he never left.
Yeah.
That is
Chance
true.
has had a massive influence on the Grum.
That's true.
A second chance has
I
hit
was
the
gonna
stream,
say,
actually.
We talk about airplanes a lot more now.
That was the thing about yesterday I was bummed about. I was hoping that during the broadcast, if it was sunny, if a plane was flying overhead, I would just ask you to randomly, tell me where that plane's going.
I love flight
But it was too
tracking.
happening. Couldn't see any planes.
That would have been awesome.
Couldn't
We'll
see
do
any
it.
planes.
Don't worry,
Did
we got
you-
a whole baseball season left.
Have you let these guys know about what our bit yesterday was?
Oh, yeah, you guys probably don't know about it. We did live check-ins.
We did.
With
On
what?
the
You know how
game.
dangerous that is if you catch us during a break?
Well, that's what made it fun. Do you want to play them
Yeah,
what it was?
Would
We
you
can
guys
turn
like
off
to
our
hear
microphones.
the intro?
Hey, you want to hear what it sounded like?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Now it's time to check in on John Bishop and Connor Happer as they are at Haymarket Park in Lincoln, Nebraska, right now calling the Creighton baseball game. Creighton and the Nebraska Cornhuskers begin the first game of their annual series today, and John Bishop and Connor Happer are on the call. Let's check in on them right now to see how the Creighton Blue Jays are doing today as they play the Nebraska Cornhuskers at Haymarket Park in Lincoln, Nebraska. Here they are, John Bishop and Connor Happer, live from Haymarket Park in
love how
Lincoln,
this gets
Nebraska,
right to the
for the
point.
Creighton Blue Jays and Nebraska Cornhuskers game, currently airing on 1180 The Zone KZOT. John, Happer, how are things going in Lincoln?
And so then we would check in on the game.
Yep. This is us checking out of the game.
What is
Yeah.
wrong with
Well,
you?
no, you got to hear the stinger, though, because then
Yep.
we would play that as well.
That That was us checking in on John Bishop and Connor Happer as they're at Haymarket Park in Lincoln, Nebraska to call the game between the Creighton Blue Jays of Omaha and the Nebraska Cornhuskers of Lincoln, Nebraska. Thank you for taking the time to join us as we get an update on the baseball game that is currently being played at the Haymarket Park in Lincoln, Nebraska. It sounds like John Bishop and Connor Happer are having a good time calling the baseball game today at Haymarket Park as the Creighton Blue Jays take on the Nebraska Cornhuskers. If you would like to catch all of the action live, then listen to them on 1180 The Zone, KZOT. Or you can keep it turned right here as we'll continue to give updates on the Creighton Blue Jays and Nebraska Cornhuskers baseball game at Haymarket Park in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Twice we went there and it was just background noise.
It was
Some
hilarious.
stinger.
The last one was the best. They were talking about like spelling a word.
Yeah, you were trying to figure out the name of somebody, I think.
Oh, it was really it was like perfect.
Yeah, but we would only cut to you for like maybe 5 seconds before we played the stinger.
It was late. That was late. It was before.
That was like the 8th inning, I think.
Mhm.
Probably Novacek. Screwed up.
Oh yeah, that might
Price
be it.
screwed up
It was really
Novacek.
funny.
Yeah.
That might be
We
it.
were very happy with
But
that.
other times
There's
it was
not-
just you hear organ music
Yep.
in the background.
Yep.
There's not enough resetting going on in radio, so
I-
it's good
yeah.
that we established in both the open and the closed.
Time and place.
Time and
They were
place
at
where
Haymarket
we
Park,
were, what
Lincoln,
we were doing.
Nebraska. Yeah.
The Creighton Blue
Creighton Blue
Jays
Jays.
and Nebraska Cornhuskers baseball team.
John, Nick.
So this is how you killed 4 hours.
Yeah, this is an
yesterday.
incredible waste of time.
Yeah.
You probably were playing that
Wow.
for 5 minutes.
I think we did it 10 times.
No, you did not.
No, we did it 5.
5? Okay. my bad.
About 5 times.
I thought we did it way more than that.
No, it just felt like it was more.
That's
It was like 3 minutes. It was a 3-minute bit.
Yeah.
3 minutes apiece.
Yes, it's basically a
It's a
3-minute
great bit, though.
It's not that good of a bit, but
You laughed so
Whoa!
much.
Yeah. John Bishop and Connor Happer live from Haymarket Park in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Also, you only heard the open and the close. You didn't even hear the content, which was
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it was you. You guys did a great
apparently
job.
there wasn't much
Again,
of it.
this could be dangerous if you happen to catch us in the middle of a break.
I had you in
and-
queue. I was making sure. I was
Oh,
trying to keep
okay.
an ear on it.
Okay.
Except there was one time where I cut to you and you just went to break, but you weren't at break. And then I had just played the stinger, and then you'd come back from break.
Yeah,
So we had just missed you like twice.
It'd be funny if we come back from break and the part that you hear as you duck in is "Welcome back." It's Connor Happer and John Bishop from Haymarket Park in Lincoln, Nebraska.
that would have been perfect.
That would have been great.
That would have been amazing. That would have been amazing. Well, how about this from Odson? Ed wanted to compliment you on the execution of this bit, Nick.
I couldn't have done it without you, Ed.
Nick
Thank you.
did a great job. I sent him an idea. I said, hey, what if we did this?
Oh, wait a minute. He said you sent him an idea and you completed the. I sent an idea this morning. Do I have an open for it? No.
That's his fault.
You forgot to send the email.
I had a 2-hour meeting,
Yeah,
John.
he had a meeting. Remember, he had a meeting. Yeah, he had a meeting.
It wasn't supposed to be 2 hours, and then it turned into 2 hours.
Hey, you know how meetings go, John? Remember the silo meetings back in the day?
See, that's the reason why
Bring
no
back
one will
silos.
ever. No one needs to FOIA our meetings because we just air all the laundry right here on the show at some point.
That's true.
I mean, the silo meetings, the time that Michael yelled "Google it,"
Oh, my gosh.
and I wasn't even here for that.
That was an all-timer. That was an all-timer.
Did Michael do a company respond all, reply all again, or something like that?
No, this was well before Michael's final reply all, which was about Columbus Day
Oh, I remember that one.
during COVID. And then they turned off us being able to reply all.
Yeah.
We are no longer allowed to reply all.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm
but
very
we-
disappointed.
It's
we
for
need-
the best. Radio people having that power, it's bad.
We need to thank Jerry Kuth for that.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thanks, Jerry Kuth.
for canceling the reply all.
Although what I hate is other markets hadn't had that canceled. So sometimes we still get a company-wide email, and then there's one joker who's like, oh, but he's in some small town in Iowa.
Mm-hmm. Oh, classic.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's Davin from Dubuque, and I got a joke here.
Wow, that reminds me of the
My
Zoom meetings
name's
we had with the
David.
whole company back in.
That reminds me of your friend, the guy who talked weird.
Oh, yeah.
What was that
Who's
guy's
your
name?
friend? You did it on the crossover last week.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the engineer?
Yeah.
That's a good bit, Nick. Good job. Yeah, you mean the engineer? Yeah, Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
Try putting in a new macro.
Did you ever just try powering off, powering it back on?
I mean, that's honestly how we fix the
That's-
YouTube stream every day.
That is
true.
literally what we do.
Every day.
Turn it off and turn it back on
That's
again.
how we fix the video.
That is true.
That definitely means it's fixed. If it breaks every day, it's fixed.
You know, my old sound bar occasionally, honestly, kind of do what our stream will do on YouTube.
Yeah.
It just crackles. So what did I do to fix it?
Turn it off, turn it back on.
Unplug it back in.
and then you're just like, it's solved.
And then, and then I wait until the next day, and then it did it again. Which is why now we have a new one in the basement.
At what point do you realize it's actually not fixed?
Yeah, she was like, we need to get a new one. And I was like,
That's
that's,
right.
a great idea,
You
dear.
got it.
And we got a new one.
Fortunately for us, we have new everything. It's just not in here.
Oh, that's the dream. New everything.
It'll be installed soon, guys.
Yep.
It'll be installed.
I believe you, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you.
I do too.
Thanks for telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I just
All
love Odson, by the way. He just roasts everything inside of the chat the whole time.
Well, Odson's
A word complaint. Odson's like,
in a particularly spirited mood, given the fact the Braves.
"Ooh,
have a
they
win
suck." What was the score of yesterday's loss?
Oh, no.
Was it a lot to a little?
How do you feel about the Brewers being tied with the Royals right now?
They
That's
lost
the
to them
tough
yesterday.
look.
Why is that bad? Brewers have won.
Oh,
They
just
were in the
3-1.
division every year.
Well, the Brewers are bad right
I
now.
just asked John. He knows about that.
I do.
Did you see how many runs they lost to the Yankees the other day?
I do.
I'm proud that Jonathan India survived his assault by Clase. Wasn't he the one that
Yeah, I
got?
got smacked hit in the face.
He looks pretty good. That plastic surgery really
what
took.
the
If he would've
hell
shot
was
you in the
that?
That was
face.
weird.
Pickoff move. That was a balk.
Oh, I missed it.
Maybe they'll do a replay because it looks so weird.
It looked like he was trying to do a pickoff move to
Yeah,
second,
right
but he
here.
forgot which way to spin.
What was that?
Usually
he
you
was
turn
off- he was-
invert.
Right, but he was off the rubber. It was legal.
Yeah, he
it
stepped
just
back.
looked awkward.
He stepped back.
He looked like he.
Hey!
Oh, here we go.
Did you see what he looked like in the bat? He looked like he was about to fall over
Yeah.
before he threw the ball.
This is the McGill. This is the pitcher who was whining about the
Oh,
torpedo
this-
bats.
Yeah, this is the guy who gave up 21 runs.
Said, dude, of course they're going to make it legal because the Yankees did it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
Well, there you go. There's your crossover.
All right, I'd say that one turned around.
We
From John and I yelling at each other
we
about
pulled
technology.
the nose up. We pulled the nose
Yeah.
up on it right before it hit.
Yeah, for sure.
Chance.
Ah! Nice.
All right. Goodbye.
Powered by
Bye.
Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. The dramatic conclusion to this. Well, it better be. Oh, Cubs are on in 2 minutes.
From Chicago, Illinois.
No, from Sacramento.
From Sacramento, California. It's the Chicago Cubs and the A's.
Watching them play at
Let's
this
go to
ballpark
Sacramento, California.
is
It's
insane,
fun
by the
because
way.
the Cubs are scoring a lot.
Was
They're
it a big
being-
crowd last night? Was it 12,000 again?
It's the fact that there's a major
so.
league baseball park that has a berm. And that's
Oh.
hilarious to me.
Don't forget what button you got. No, Nick.
Oh,
Move the mouse.
sorry.
John, move his mouse. Get it
Get it
away.
out of there.
Get it out of there. Get it out of there.
Locked and loaded.
All right, let's go to break,
On
John.
1620 the zone. Oh!
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Here we go. Exciting Chicago Cubs baseball during the Grum. First time this year.
It's the Chicago Cubs and the A's live from Sacramento, California.
Just the A's, nothing else.
Let's go to Sacramento and get the score.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
So we got a lot of baseball. Is that the word today?
Oh, there's a lot of baseball
Look
today.
at this.
Here's the problem with the new Roku app is
It's bad.
it's not great because
I hate it.
it takes you to the very beginning of their broadcast window.
Oh my
And
gosh.
so you always have to do the jump to live.
The way to fix that, because the jump to live usually takes forever, if you go to the games tab and you click on the game, then it'll give you the option again to join in progress or start from the beginning.
And by the way,
It only does this on the home page of your favorite team because it's a bad app.
yeah, Nick was
You need to
correct.
fix it.
So I opened it up on my Apple TV 2 nights ago. And sure enough, it's the old one.
Yeah.
It's not the
No,
new
it's
one.
the same on my
so they
Samsung.
only updated it on Roku,
and
which is like the worst piece of streaming equipment.
it is. And I think it was either you or John had the point where it's because Roku airs games now.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
my theory. Is they were like, let's make it all nice and nifty looking. Sad.
You would think that it would be MLB that would be in charge of redesigning
You
the
would
app,
think
right?
so.
Yeah,
across all of their platforms.
Why
And they'd
would-
want to make it universal across
That's what
all of their platforms.
I would think.
Why would they give Roku that much power?
I mean, I typically have zero issues with my Roku. I enjoy
Yeah.
my Roku. It works very well. I enjoy the one that works in here now that we have a remote that's not fractured into
But you
1,000
dropped
pieces.
it last week, and I was very
I
scared.
know. I was scared too.
Uh-huh.
I want to figure out who put our old remote in a blender.
Well, it was already kind of trashy because it was a recycled one from Josh. It
yes,
was already
my
in-
old dog had like eaten it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
why
it-
it had like little cuts and nicks in it.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was already like in rocky shape. It just got worse.
Yeah, indeed. Andy wants to know, can we go live to Haymarket today?
Oh, okay.
Live
Let
to
me
Haymarket Park in Lincoln, Nebraska, for the Creighton Blue Jays and the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Well, today all you're going to get is a bunch of ground screw people.
Oh man, that noise, that pounding noise.
Have the Salt Dogs
They
started
probably
yet?
already did that. No. Salt Dogs won't start until late May, early June. Yeah, it's a long ways off from the old Salt Dogs.
I'm a Canaries fan, so I need to pay attention to see when the Canaries are going to come
In
back.
the coal mine.
Nice.
They should do coal mine night for the Canaries.
I bet they do. I bet they
Yeah.
have special
But is it-
jerseys where they're like black on the top and yellow.
Oh man, that's kind of sad though, because the canary in the coal mine is going to die. Right?
Well,
Isn't that
no,
the purpose of
they-
the canary that goes into the
They
coal mine?
see
Yeah,
if
see
it
if it
dies.
dies.
But if
Yeah.
it doesn't die, that means it's safe. So thank you, Canary.
But if it dies,
then don't go down there.
okay.
It's not safe.
So I love the
No.
idea that the A's,
Oh, those are good jerseys.
They are.
the A's are
Look at the
they're
berm.
in
It's
Sacramento,
a berm.
but they won't call themselves the Sacramento
Even though they're going to
A's.
be there for 3 years.
They're going to be there for 3 at least.
You know what's even more?
And they have a patch on their jerseys that is like the bridge in Sacramento that they're apparently famous for, and it says Sacramento.
But then on the other
So weird.
sleeve, they have a patch that says Las Vegas, but it's not the city; it's the Board of Tourism. So the
Well,
Las
that-
Vegas Board of Tourism
that actually
is
might be
sponsoring
their
the
sponsor.
patch.
Yeah, that's their sponsorship patch. I'm
Yeah.
assuming.
But it just says Las Vegas to try to give people the illusion, try to prep
Yeah.
them.
My illusions, Dad.
Nick wants to know, cut to the live feed at Haymarket and see if the Jays just scored again.
Hey-o!
And that takes us into the Grum Down presented by the referees at
Nice.
John Higgins Weather Guard. As Creighton's reign over Big Red continues on the diamond.
On the diamond, a great qualifier there, John.
On the diamond.
Wow, they are whooping their asses on the diamond these days.
Mike Schaefer is spring footballing.
Yes, of course. What else would you talk about in April? What else?
The Guardians.
The Guardians.
That's his team.
They took back Nolan Jones.
He doesn't-
I'm mad at the Guardians and Schaefer by default.
He doesn't work for Guardian 24/7. He works for Husker 24/7, John.
I'm sure there's people on the Husker 24/7 message board that are curious about the Guardians.
I guess so.
How many
Maybe.
people on the Husker message boards do you think don't call them the Guardians out of principle?
Oh, I bet they exist for sure.
I that's the one I'm having the hardest time with.
Really?
I mean, I was a football fan before I was a baseball fan. And so calling them the Washington R words was like natural.
Right.
But yet when they change, and I think you know what it was?
It was football club?
It's the second change because it was the football team.
Uh-huh.
Yep, for like 2 or 3 years.
And football team is a really funny change, so you just kind of remember it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And Commanders is such a bad nickname to go along with those bad alternate uniforms.
Should have been the Hogs.
Those horrible alternate uniforms. The Hogs would have been good.
The Hogs would have been good.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Nice job, Nick.
of
Thank you.
all the nickname changes, that the Cleveland Guardians / Indians, that's been the hardest one.
Are you a
for me.
Spiders guy? If they would have been the Cleveland
They
Spiders,
should,
do
that's
you
what
think
they
that
should
would've-
have done.
I agree.
been
The
sweet.
Spiders would have been tremendous.
It would have
Plus-
been great.
As we always talk about with name changes or just names in general, unique. Spiders, very unique. I guess Guardians is too, but not in a good way.
Yeah.
Spiders is cool. The logos, the designs.
And it was the original name of the first professional ball club in Cleveland.
There you go. It would have been awesome. Nice callback.
Spiders would have been tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Spiders guy.
$3 million a year college basketball players? Is one of them Nick Grimes, the Jays' recent addition?
Nick Grims?
Probably not.
Rick
but-
Grimes,
Mm.
Walking Dead.
And
Nice.
Nebraska could be adding a wing too.
Chicken?
I knew you were going to say.
Haha, I love chicken wings,
knew you were
John.
gonna- say
Only
that.
the Drummies.
No, Nick.
Is something about the chicken wing when they keep the whole thing together? It seems like it's less meat.
I know.
That's
I-
true.
I
Than
couldn't
when they
agree with you more.
separate it.
I know. That doesn't make any
You got to
sense.
keep them separated.
Doesn't make any sense.
I agree. You do need to keep them separated.
Doesn't make any sense.
What's the 12% rule? This will be one of the topics to kick off a brand new feature, daily feature here on the Grum.
What is the feature about?
Well, if we had an open created for it, like you got one yesterday, you would have. No, we are going to debut
Yeah.
the Jacob Bigelow Memorial offseason football
Oh!
topic of the day.
Look at this.
It's going to have a tremendous open whenever it happens.
Wow. So wait, John, are you saying we're doing a daily football topic almost as a countdown to the season?
No.
Sounds countdowny.
No, there's no countdowns.
We're not counting down to anything.
No.
Interesting.
How many ideas did Matt Rule not like? I didn't get a chance to opine about these, but then I found out how many of the 30 ideas Matt Rule liked.
It's a lot of them.
I'm
It's
sure
a
you have
lot.
takes.
Mhm.
I want the demolition derby.
We loved how, because Tibbs and I chatted about it a little bit yesterday. A lot of it was just destroying the grass. Like, let's just destroy the turf because it doesn't matter anymore.
Because we're getting rid of
They
it.
really want to destroy that turf.
The push against the tush push is push to May.
Wow,
Nice.
is that push to May legal or illegal? Are they trying to ban the push to May as
Maybe.
well?
I don't like that they went with the name Tush Push because I think Brotherly Shove is a way better name.
Well, that's what the Eagles fans call it. They call it the brotherly shove.
I know, but I think that should have just been the name.
Well,
in
if you
general.
hate them, you call them the tush.
I think tush push took off first,
Yeah, so I think it was
but
a
then
Eagles
somebody
fan on
coined
Reddit.
it the brotherly shove.
But by that point, the hay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the
It's
hay
like
was in the
you can't
barn.
call torpedo bat something else now. It's the torpedo bat.
Even though,
Yeah.
as what did you want to call it the other day? The bowling pin. People
Well,
want to
no,
call
I
it the
didn't
bowling
want to
pin.
call it. It just looks more like a bowling.
it looks
pin.
nothing like
But
a torpedo.
I
But
like
people keep calling it
torpedoes
torpedo. So like it's
Yeah.
hay's in the barn.
It
Trains left the
is what it
station.
is. It's all we can do.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Are the Cubs doing
Kyle
well?
Mother Tucker's at the plate.
Whoa,
This is my new
John.
Baez bitches right here.
Mhm.
He's homered in 4 straight games.
Mhm.
He's the guy I put the money on for NL MVP.
Oh, that's fun.
Got to make some money. Doesn't matter.
Oh, look, the bridge. That's the patch.
Not wearing a Dodgers
You
uniform.
could also just see the bridge.
Yes, you can see the bridge.
Cool.
Dumb debates.
Oh.
We had an all-timer that took up about 10 minutes of dinner time on Sunday
Oh.
that I'm bringing to the Grum today.
Okay, I'm curious.
What time is it?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a battle of the 1980s tonight in the Crown. 2 programs that kind of were a big deal in the 1980s. Well, I mean,
Nebraska's, to be fair, they had their success in the 90s.
well, but if you look at when the peak of Nebraska being relevant and Georgetown being relevant overlapped.
Yes, it was definitely the 80s because Georgetown was really good. What did they go to when they had Ewing? Did they go to 3 or 4 Final Fours? I know they won only one of the titles.
4 Final Fours.
It was 82, 84, 85.
Okay. And so 82 they lost to Carolina, 84 they won.
They
and
beat,
then,
yeah, they
and then
won.
85 they lost to Nova.
Who did they beat in 84? Was that Houston?
So Houston lost to NC State.
They lost to NC State. I think they lost. I think Georgetown beat Houston.
Man,
in
that's
84.
tough. Georgetown
And then
should have won more
85 was
natties,
going on.
right? They should have won more national titles, you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, they were favored. They were going to win by. They were supposed to win by a bazillion over Villanova.
Yeah, so they were the runner-up. Wow, they got, I guess maybe not so much upset. They lost in the second round in 83. They were 22-10, though, that year, so not, like, amazing. Then they won the whole thing, 34-3, and then they were the runner-up. And that is still the lowest seed that's ever won a national championship, right? The Villanova
Yes.
Wildcats that year.
Yes.
They made another Elite Eight a few years later, and
Or
then
was
another
it?
one.
What was UConn?
They might have been a 9. Because Nova was an 8? Or was Nova a 9?
I thought Nova was 8.
Yeah, so I think you're right. I think UConn was a 9 the year that not the last time they won it, but a decade ago when they won.
Yeah,
I think.
the Kevin Ollie experience.
God,
right?
I hated that team.
I know you
They were so annoying. Asian Joe writes, I missed the countdown to football. Make countdowns great again. Well, no worries. We're going to do this.
It's the Jacob Bigelow Memorial offseason football topic of the day.
Yeah, and Chan says, what did I miss? Why are we bullying Jacob? We're not bullying Jacob. We are
As
celebrating
you can clearly
him.
see by this accurate photo,
Yeah,
it was Michael that was bullying.
Yes, we are memorializing him.
Yeah.
Wow, Chance, that's wild that you missed it.
Chance,
took
you're
over the-
on you're online,
I
Chance.
took over the internet on Monday to the point where Stibbs and I did an earnest topic about football coverage at this time of year and if it's what people want. I mean, like, we decided to make it serious yesterday with some jokes.
I like the angle. It's a good angle.
Yeah, I thought so.
Because, I mean, Bigelow and I are the same age. We've
Mhm.
never known the Huskers. Like 2001, I remember something happening.
Yeah, a lot of
With
us
the
remember-
Husker. With the Huskers.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about something else.
Yeah.
Young Kim. A second home run has hit Yankee Stadium.
There was more than 2 home runs, surely.
That's true.
402-951-1620 is the hotline.
Look at that berm.
There's a lot of berm space there.
How much do you think they charge for berm seating at an A's game?
I don't know. That's a Google question.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a Google question.
I cannot imagine that they're not much, right?
I mean, it is a major league game.
Yeah.
Dude, we got Red Sox tickets for $38 a pop with fees.
Mm.
I couldn't believe how cheap it was. All right, berm. Where is that? Is that in like left field, Nick?
Yeah. Right
Wait.
field. It's
Oh, there it
basically
is.
the entire back.
All right. Wow, it doesn't look like you can even purchase those. They might be. Lawn seats are $48. Wow, that is way more than I would expect. But I guess this is such a novelty item right now.
Yeah.
And that's for their next home game, which is on Monday.
Did you know?
Let's
that
see what happens
they,
in August.
They sold out of season tickets.
What?
Guess there aren't that. I mean, when there's only 14,000 in the stadium.
Right, but the Coliseum, they couldn't get 4,000 in the damn Coliseum there towards the end. Now, I
No.
get it. It's a new city. And so
Novelty.
Sacramento.
If we got a baseball team tomorrow, like, we'd sell it out,
Oh, yeah.
you know, because
Which
it'd be like, whoa, it's a novelty
Which
item.
is why the Rays should have come here.
I'd take out a
Oh,
loan if
man.
we had a baseball team.
You would take out a
I'd take out a loan to
loan.
get season tickets to that baseball team here.
Wow.
Just to do it once, just to say I did.
Okay. I guess you know what you're doing every night. Gosh, Nick, that'd be so expensive, though. Every night, what's for dinner? You'd say ballpark food.
Mm-hmm.
81 trips to the ballpark? That's a lot of hot dogs.
You'd have to take out a second loan just to afford the ballpark.
Oh, my gosh. That'd be so much money.
Because this ain't no dang Coastal Carolina, man.
No, it is not.
Where everything's free
No, it is not.
for the season ticket holders.
Yes.
Great idea, by the way.
It's an awesome idea.
I just wonder they had to have siloed this thing and thought about it,
Oh,
like how much it's going to cost them.
Definitely.
But who knows?
I think you're trying to figure out, maybe you get more season ticket purchases, and so that makes up for the cost. Plus, I mean, like, look, you have unlimited food. You get 4 items at a trip up, and you can do it as many times as you want during the football game. People aren't, they're not going to be stupid. You can
imagine
only eat so much.
Yeah, how much of those? I don't know how long those lines going to be.
Oh, yeah. That's a great point.
And then it'll defeat the whole purpose because you want the people in there to make the stadium look full, and half of them are standing in line at the concession stand. I gotta get that third nacho.
Don't need seat fillers like the Oscars.
Seat fillers.
Pretend Coastal Carolina fans. Right. I need to go get another hot dog. My 18th of the game.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Stomach
I
just hurt.
think we have just come up with another money-making idea for Nebraska athletics.
Seat fillers.
The whole
Wasn't
idea,
that the
it's
red carpet experience?
Well,
Yes.
maybe we just repurpose the red carpet experience and we just bring
But for
kids
adults.
in, and the kids can be the seat fillers,
While other people go use the restroom.
so that embarrassing little empty pocket up in the corner of South Stadium is always full. We get
Oh, yes. It is always empty out there.
10 through 13-year-olds to be seat fillers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the catch is, where are they going to be when they're not filling seats? Like when the actual people are sitting in the seats? Because as we know, getting around Memorial Stadium is impossible.
Ain't easy, John.
No.
Just go up to one of the suites.
Wow. Can you imagine that? You spent thousands of dollars on a suite and there's a bunch of pipsqueak kids in there making noise.
I'll just put Bluey on one of the TVs.
There is
inside
no way that Nick and his fellow suite ticket holders are going to allow for that. They're not going to
None of
tolerate
us.
them.
Yeah, Nick.
I was a little confused the one time that I was there. You know, they have that living space on the inside, and then you can go out to the deck and watch the game. But the space on the inside, there was just a TV. So you could watch the game that was happening right 10 feet away, but on a TV.
That's how rich you are.
But why would you just,
That's a lot of rich.
just go
Yeah.
outside? Just
Yeah.
watch the game.
Mm-mm.
These are good seats. It's a good, you could see better. I didn't understand that one.
That's how it goes.
Don't forget, it is a Dumb Debates Day as well.
Yeah.
So send us your dumb debates. Use the hashtag dumb debates because it works easier that way.
I can't wait to hear yours. I'm very intrigued.
I am too.
This one, unless we all agree.
You think it's something we could all agree on?
I have no idea.
Interesting.
It was a 50-50 split in our house, and it was very passionate. It almost led to people storming off
Wow.
because somebody who was on my side was really passionate about it
Interesting.
and may have raised his temperature a little bit.
All right. Well, the countdown to that discussion is on.
Let's see. I mentioned the hotline, 402-951-1620. It's also a text line. The JTech Instruction Zone Twitter page. Use that hashtag dumb debates if you're sending us a dumb debate. Or you can email us anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally, and answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
Drew, before we get to Mike Schaefer. Drew, what's up?
Hey, I just wanted to call in on the A's.
Yeah.
I'm an Omaha guy here, but my brother-in-law's brother is the head of ticket sales for the A's.
No kidding.
Yeah, and he was for the Giants, and the A's wanted him back, and now he's A's. He'll be moving to Vegas, but so that's cool. So I got a little insight on that.
Okay. They apparently sold out tickets for the season. They're season tickets.
Well, that's interesting. You know, I don't know how, but I was in Sacramento not too long ago. I think it's ironic with the Omaha connection with the Kings. You know who the Sacramento Kings are, right?
The Omaha, Kansas City Kings.
Oh, bring them back.
That's right.
And who plays for the Kings now?
Doug
McDermott.
play. Well, I didn't see him get in actually, but he did not get in when I saw him a month ago. So.
There are a lot of Omaha to Sacramento connections.
Are.
We should have a direct flight.
It's our sister city.
It just makes sense for him to come to Omaha and play at Omaha.
I agree.
We are the Kings. We need to get that Kings relationship, Sacramento. So
Bring
I'll
back
see
the
what
NBA.
I can do to find out.
All right, Drew.
Thank you, Drew.
Keep us posted. Thanks.
All right. Man, it'd be cool if we had an NBA team here. I'd go to a few games a year.
Would you take out a loan to get season tickets?
No, I just get a press pass. No way. Now I'm getting season tickets.
I guess I probably could just get a press pass.
You could
if
probably
we had a
get
baseball team.
Probably get a press pass.
We've had this conversation.
But you'd want to go with your
before.
girlfriend.
Yeah.
We've had this conversation before about which professional sport
baseball.
would do the best here.
Yeah. And we always came down to basketball and hockey.
Baseball and hockey.
Oh, I'm a basketball. I think basketball.
I think I think hockey would be better than
because
basketball.
my argument was always Oklahoma City. Like that was a college state, and the Thunder are like the biggest thing going there by far. Once you get a taste of the best basketball, you ain't going back to that crap.
I think
No
hockey.
offense.
I think hockey might be the number one spot though. Because
Hockey
all
be
those-
great. We are a hockey fan base here.
Remember, remember the Omaha
testicles.
testicles, RIP?
All those random ass Penguin fans will finally have a local team.
Ha! Suck on that. You got to root for them. Yeah, we would do great with hockey. God, that'd be so much fun. Again,
Yeah.
I get immediate pass. Go a few times a year.
What could have been, Gretna?
Yep.
What could have been? Mike Schaefer will join us next. What are you doing?
What?
Get your finger off
Yeah,
that button.
Nick. Keyboard only today.
No.
Yes, today should see it. Try it.
Keyboard
Try
only.
it.
Yeah, maybe
Try
you'll grow
it.
to like it.
This
I
is your
don't like
punishment for not making my open.
Why is it a punishment? I was
agree with John.
busy.
I agree with John. Nick,
Come
Just
on.
agreeing with
John,
John
start
because
moving.
it's inconveniencing.
Move the mouse.
me.
I'm
Move the
moving the
mouse.
mouse.
There we go.
I'm moving the mouse.
Inconveniencing you. It's
I'm moving the
closer
mouse.
to your chest.
Yeah, look at that move.
Nick, just move it. Just move your hand. Move it off. Press the little F9 button.
See, as a producer,
We got to go to shape. Come on, Nick.
You have to do it.
There we go. On 1620 The Zone.
Yay!
Email Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins'. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
And I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Mike Schaefer. Quick update for you because I know you're locked in here on the tight race in the AL Central. It's 2-2 Brewers, bases loaded in the 10th.
Nice. You got Brewers, Royals providing midday excitement. How's it feel to have baseball back, John?
Oh, it's fantastic. I got the Cubs and A's on right now. This is
Why
great.
didn't you ask me how it feels to have baseball back, Shafe?
Because I don't know if you're aware that baseball is even happening.
We got I had Nick turn on our second TV so we could put the Royals game on.
Yeah, but he was secretly disappointed because he thought it was going to be one of those,
NFL films.
those Big Ten, Big Ten and 60, Nebraska,
nice.
Maryland from 2016.
I should go look for that. Good call. Good call.
Nebraska, Maryland 2019. This is the second time today I've been in a discussion about Nebraska, Maryland 2019.
That's weird. Why did it come up the first time?
It was on the Husker 24/7 podcast. We went through the 2025 schedule and made our first run at prediction. We were talking about Maryland.
Really?
Let's go, Shafe. Now that is some primetime off-season football content, sir.
We decided that we were going to do probably this multiple times, but we figured April 2nd, great day to just go ahead and decide what Nebraska's record is going to be in 2025. We don't know how anything's going to look. I couldn't tell you opposing players or opposing quarterbacks or even in some cases opposing coaches. But we made predictions today. And so not to encourage people to listen to anything other than 1620 The Zone. But when you find yourself done with the radio today, just listen to the Husker 24/7 podcast.
That's a great idea. 247sports.com.
Yep. Or wherever you find podcasts.
Or wherever you find podcasts. What is more likely? That the predictions will be the same all year long, or that there will be differences throughout the year? People going up and down.
One of us had a different record than the other two.
Okay.
So everyone has Nebraska with a winning season right now.
Classic.
There was a lot of talk about waffling on your predictions, so a lot of waffle jokes. I mean, if you're familiar with the people that are on the podcast, I think you can probably see where most of this went. But, yeah, I mean, I anticipate that I will probably arrive at a different overall number in the summer. But looking at the schedule, I mean, there's enough out there that I think is challenging in a way for a team that I just don't want to give the benefit of the doubt to anymore. That's kind of where I'm at with Nebraska. So until I have a reason to think that they're going to beat some of these teams on their schedule, even if on paper I think they're better, even if, they have a better quarterback and all of this other stuff, I probably lean towards picking against Nebraska more in this exercise than I would have guessed coming into it.
So it's less, Shave, about like actually looking at the roster or looking at the coaches or looking at the schedule and more. You have finally reached the point that many other Husker fans have over the last years, and that's you need to see it before you can actually pick it.
Yeah, I guess I've been beaten. Like last year, I obviously famously was just serving up Kool-Aid by the gallon down here in South Lincoln, inviting anyone to stop by, and I would refill your cup with more and more Kool-Aid. And I thought they had a team, and I still feel like they had a team that could win 9 or even 10 games on that schedule last year. And they just kept giving games away. And so at some point, you have to, or at least I had to, just accept that until they stop doing that, I have to assume there's a loss or two on the schedule that probably shouldn't be, just entirely because they can't close games. They don't make winning plays and winning moments. They don't put Iowa away when they're up 10-0 at halftime. They don't finish off, other teams where they've had the opportunity to do so. So yeah, I basically came down to the idea that I have to accept that this is what they are until they prove otherwise.
So let me ask you this then, Shafe. Is it going to be hard for you this offseason to not buy too much into Dana Holgerson and his level of, equity that he brings to this situation and what that could mean for the offense? Because I know I've kind of caught myself like really starting to wonder, man, how much different, how much better could the offense be in 2025 when you have him for a whole offseason?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a big chunk of that. And then obviously you throw in the fact that I believe in Dylan Raiola's talent. And I think they upgraded in some regards at wide receiver, but it comes back to this. We don't really even know who their defense, like what their starting defense is at this point. What they're replacing on defense in terms of Ty Robinson and Nash Hutmaker and MJ Sherman up front. Like, I like Riley Van Poppel. I'm intrigued by Keona Davis. There's just a lot of jumps that I think has to happen for Nebraska up front defensively. And then you even get to the second level. And a guy like John Bullock, who never gets talked about in the same way that a Ty Robinson does, just go back to your mental Rolodex and think of how many big plays he made for Nebraska last year on a 7-win team. And can Marquise Watson-Trent, can he do that? Or Marquez Watson-Trent, can he do that? He was a very talented player in the Sun Belt Conference. Can he replace John Bullock? Is Vincent Shavers ready to be a starting? So there's just questions abound about this program. And then Brunt's made a salient point on our podcast about Mike Eckler, and if just getting special teams to average, would that give you an extra win? But I've assumed so much in years past. I'm really just trying to not let myself go down that hole as much this year. And as it is, I think they have the talent of a team that's probably around 8 or 9 wins. I think they have the history of a team that's closer to 6 or 7 wins. And so I find myself leaning more towards the history than I ever have before. Even though I'm usually the guy that's like, what happened last year doesn't have to affect what happens in the upcoming season. But Nebraska being Nebraska, the more this stays the same, it's hard to argue against it. You end up being the guy who stood up against the tank. We know how that went.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 Sports. You mentioned winning plays just a moment ago. The scuttlebutt, or what do we call it now? The skibbity-doobity butt?
Skibbity-dibbity.
The skibbity-doobity butt.
I think that was Nick's nickname, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that's what they're working on in spring football, is making those winning plays, late game situations. How much of that is actually practicable?
I think more of it than what we probably want to believe. I tend to buy the idea that you largely play how you practice. And I know around here, everyone has heard about the great practices that they've had between 2018 and 2022, roughly. But, I believe that you can't expect these guys to go make great plays in a game if they haven't shown you the ability to do these things in practice. Now, how do you simulate the situation so that it feels the exact same, so that when they have to get a critical stop on a third down when a defensive back has to make the right gamble at the right time to intercept the pass. That's hard to simulate. Like that comes from playing, and that comes from drawing on your experience of playing, and then the preparation of knowing these are my keys, and this is a spot on the field I need to be, and this is a tell that the quarterback might have, or that of what could be coming, that kind of thing. So it's a combination of it, but I really do believe that you have to practice at a high enough level for any of it to matter. Like I know there's people out there that can sleepwalk their way through a practice, or are game time players, or when the light comes on, they're different kinds of guys. Coaches don't want to rely on that. I mean, how many different coaches have you heard they don't want to put somebody out there if they haven't seen it in practice? And so, can you create the winning attitude through practice alone? Probably not. But I'm willing to at least entertain the idea that they can get better at some of the things. And a lot of it, for making winning plays, for Nebraska, it's just not doing something inexplicably stupid. So, yeah, I think you can get better at that at practice, too.
Shafe, how much do you find interest in what sport should we cover this time of year discourse that, popped off in a very unique way on Monday with some things that happened on Twitter? But I wonder if that's something that, I'm guessing you think about it a lot because you're in the content business just like we are. If how much interest there is or isn't in football in March and April versus the sports that are actually happening.
As someone who very famously has celebrated the death of the spring game, I obviously am not the target audience of spring football. However, it is my job to write about, talk about, to be on a message board, to tweet about, whatever it is, create content, whatever the words we want to use for it, about spring football, and there is a demand for it. I mean, anyone who's in the content industry follows where the demand is, and the demand is high for Nebraska football year-round. And it's going to be higher when there's practices going on. And people want to know, even if it's Kenneth Williams, the presumably 4th, 5th string running back, who we've heard nothing but good things about, but nobody has really seen. And so if I tweet Kenneth Williams, or, he puts a picture out and I quote tweet it, heard good things about him, there's invariably going to be an account or two that's unhappy of any hype being given towards an unproven player. But ultimately, there's people that are interested in knowing what I have heard about Kenneth Williams or Quentin Ives or Emmett Johnson. And so that's part of the job. I mean, I think there's always going to be interest. It's not as high. And I think the people that are really interested in spring football are interested in Nebraska football year-round. I don't think there's a person that's interested in spring football but doesn't care in the fall, or interested in the spring but doesn't care in the summer or in the winter. So I think ultimately there's just a larger percentage of year-round football fans that we cater to here in the Nebraska media, and that's part of it. And without, trying to step on any other sport, if we wanted to focus more on softball, there would be an element or a crowd for that, but it's not near what it would be if we just put up the transcript of Nebraska's latest press conference of John Butler not wanting to talk about any individual name. So as a business, you got to go to where the interest is. The interest is largely spring football here.
Well, enough of this football stuff. Let's talk about a sport that's in season.
What's that?
The baseball team. Will Bolt's teams are now 5-11 versus both Omaha and Creighton. And you would think, the depth advantage that Nebraska should have, that this shouldn't be a thing in midweek matchups.
Mm-hmm.
But yet it has been the last 3.5 years.
Yeah, it's inexplicable to me. I don't understand how Nebraska does not have guys that can take advantage of the opportunity to play in the midweek. It's usually where you're able to build out your roster a little bit. You build out your bullpen. You build out your pitching staff. It's not that these games are gimmies, because they're not gimmies. And Omaha and Creighton qualify for postseason baseball just like Nebraska does, by winning their tournament or earning an at-large. And usually in their cases, they have to win the tournament. But we've seen UNO go and beat, was it Creighton that beat UCLA? Who beat UCLA a couple years ago? So it's not that there isn't talent on these teams. It's just that Nebraska's inexplicable losses in the middle of the week, whether it's those two, who both of those teams, I believe, beat earlier this year. South Dakota State and North Dakota State last year. I don't know what the issue is for Nebraska midweek. They're not winning on weekends much this past one aside either. So they've got issues throughout the whole thing. But I don't understand it, because it's a great opportunity for guys who don't get a lot of opportunity to go play. Or if you're actually playing a lot of your starters in the midweek because you're just not doing that well, it's a chance to, in theory, face pitching that maybe is not as daunting. Though you're still in the Big Ten, so it's not. I don't think there's that big of a difference between Creighton and Iowa. I really don't. And yet Nebraska cannot solve this, and hasn't over the last few years, and it's a real problem. I mean, it's not just the losses in the standing. It just looks odd that you can take 2 out of 3 against Oregon State, but can't play fundamental baseball or throw strikes against Creighton. I understand it's a rivalry game and all of that, but this isn't a one-game blip. Like, they gave games away in their bullpen last year in that series, and have multiple times over the last 3 or 4. I don't know what the answer is. I don't think Will Bolt knows what the answer is. They need guys that can perform better, as dumb as that sounds.
Do you think, Shafe, and I think we probably ask this question every year, but they want it more, or they don't care as much? Like, is there a discussion to be had at all about it when the University of Nebraska plays Creighton University at Haymarket Park in Lincoln, Nebraska?
There used to be, when Nebraska wasn't running out higher end guys, or they would maybe try to get some freshmen some work in their pitching staff and things like that. I mean, I think that's certainly true in the past. That wasn't true yesterday, where most of their key bullpen guys pitched throughout that series, and it just I just don't believe that. I think there's enough point of emphasis and point of pride that Nebraska cares, or should care, as much as Creighton or UNO does about these midweek games. So we'll see how they do tonight against Omaha. But I don't really buy that anymore. I think that they have played, guys that they're playing against Oregon State perform better in that series than they did against Creighton. Like, I don't think it's a matter of caring. I just don't think they're very good in these midweek games for whatever reason.
Yeah, I've had a hard time buying, because having been on both sides of this rivalry, I know how much Nebraska cared beating Creighton back in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s. And I certainly know up front how much it means to Ed Service and Creighton to beat Nebraska. Then you factor in, of all the sports, this is the one. Well, I suppose volleyball to an extent as well, and probably, I guess, softball.
But the players,
you've got Omaha kids on both teams
for sure,
and they came up through the little league ranks, or the club sport ranks together, and now they're playing against each other, and so you have that element as well. You don't get as much in basketball because the talent hasn't been as populated with Nebraska products on both rosters, but yeah, the Omaha factor, especially with these kids, I think there's plenty of motivation. It's just going out and executing. And I do wonder if there's an element of, Will Bolt's teams, they seem to get up for the games if there's a number by the school's name. But if it's not, you sometimes wonder if that motivation is always there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Though I do have to say, are you saying that Cale Jacobson and Jason Green never squared off in the Metro? Ashland Greenwood never took on Millard North at any point?
I don't believe Cale Jacobson played in any of the games against Nebraska. But your point is well taken.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, Shafe, enjoy the Crown. The Brewers blew a golden opportunity to win it in the 10th. Now they're in the 11th, tied at 2. So, I know how.
Let me ask you a question, and Josh, you can answer this as a fake baseball guy, and Grim if he wants to too. How do you feel about the Ghost Runner now that we're like 4 years into?
Hate it.
I don't like it. Call it the Zombie Runner, because he's there.
It's
not a ghost. It's not my joke. Effectively Wild calls it the Zombie Runner.
Okay.
I don't want to say it's growing on me. It's just,
oh no.
So I won't. It just hasn't irritated me as much. But
I have myself having just gotten used to it. It's not my preference, but it's what they do, and I just like you get 15 to 20 of these throughout a year, and you just kind of I have just grown used to it. So I was curious where you guys were at.
Yeah,
Josh is adamantly opposed. Grim hates it. John's indifferent. Is that?
It's not indifferent. I would prefer it go back to the old way. You play the full inning like you do all the other 9 innings. The one thing I do like about it is because you start with a runner at second, it has brought the small ball strategy back into play where, you sometimes, depending on the situation, you're sometimes bunting the runner over from second to third. But as a purist, I would prefer that just be a standard extra inning game.
And it feels so cheap to me that if you're in extra innings and you already have the zombie runner, that you can just bunt to get him into third. I hate that.
Yeah, it's funny, Shape, because in hockey, and I'm not going to pretend like I'm a diehard hockey fan, I don't hate their overtime. They go 3-on-3 in the regular season, though it's only 5 minutes, right? So it's like, and then if it's tied after that, they do a shootout and then the game is over, right? So but it's different because in hockey, you get, X amount of points for a win, and then you actually do get a point if you lose in overtime. So it's way different because it's not just about wins and losses. It's about the points that you accumulate over a year.
So are you advocating that baseball goes to more of a table-style system with ties?
Not a bad idea. Maybe
they do that.
Ties.
They do that. Not a weeb. They do that in Japan,
of course.
Where if they're into extra innings, after the 12th inning, it just ends in a tie.
Yeah. Well, NFL just changed their overtime system again. So, you don't like it? It's good.
I don't know if I'd hate a tie system in baseball.
I wouldn't want ties. I think I'm okay with the zombie ghost runner or whatever we're calling it at this point. I'm more just opposed to ties, I think is where it's at. And to Grimm's point, most Major League Baseball players don't bunt well anymore. It's a skill that's just largely dead. So watching these guys attempt to bunt is its own form of entertainment.
Oh, there you go. That's a good way to view it. It's a silver lining.
It can be. That's true. Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Check out their podcast because they're starting to predict the season.
Yeah, and I think you can guess which one of us is lower on the team than the other.
BC. Classic BC.
Classic.
Shafe, have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, Shafe.
Okay, guys.
Bye,
Have a good one. Yeah.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7.
Real quick, RDJ fan says, will folks in this state just come out and say that Creighton is simply a better team and program? I am very happy to say that. In baseball. I think the reason that people still kind of, I'll say the reason I asked the question I do is Nebraska has had success otherwise. Like last year especially. Yeah. Last year they won the conference tournament. They put together a better season overall. I thought at least. The way in which they lost some of the games last year too was like, yikes. So that's when I think, are they in their heads? I think it because when I see some of the ways that they lose, I think, wow, that's a team that's in their head.
I think personally, the programs are close. This is certainly not like it was from, 1999 to probably 2010 or so, where Nebraska was clearly head and shoulders above Creighton.
Yeah.
I think the programs are very close. It's hard for me, though, to sit here and say that Creighton is clearly a better program than Nebraska when Creighton hasn't made their conference tournament in the last 2 years. Nebraska won their conference tournament last year, and they've been to the regionals a couple of times.
Yeah.
I think there's just that's the beauty of baseball is there are just, because they play more often, the opportunities for some of these unexplained matchups are pronounced. And I think Creighton just has been a better matchup against Nebraska, but you can't just say, well, because they beat them, 4 times in a row and 12 out of the last 14, it's just that matchup.
Hey, would anyone say Nebraska basketball is better than Creighton basketball in 2 of the last 3 years?
Of course not.
But they've beaten them in 2 of the last 3 years.
Of course not.
In Omaha, no less.
Sometimes it just happens that way.
Yeah.
I do think the programs are very close. I think they are. I mean, certainly Nebraska moving to the Big Ten did them no favors, just like Creighton moving to the Big East really did them no favors in terms of being able to, play at a highly competitive level. Though the Big East is, thanks to UConn, has gotten a little bit better. And the Big Ten's not quite the tire fire it used to be. But right now, Creighton's just got Nebraska's number.
Yeah.
most of the games have been close too.
And that's the thing.
Not to bring the Scott Frost thing into this, but yesterday's game,
Nebraska baseball needs wind beneath their wings.
Ended
John.
9-5, but it was a tie game for most of the day. And the games last year, outside I think one, was close the whole time. That's the beauty of baseball. Is sometimes there's going to be a team this year that's going to have a good record against the Dodgers.
Yeah,
probably.
Unless they go 162-0.
And are we going to proclaim that team is better than the Dodgers?
Baseball. That's the other part about it's just it's baseball.
The Rockies beat the Dodgers sometimes. That's insane.
Yeah, baseball of all the sports is truly the one that is just wild. Like the worst team is going to beat the best team sometimes.
It seems like in general the Big East is a little better at baseball than the Big Ten is, just because the Big East doesn't have that extra. Well, a lot of schools don't have that extra football focus.
Well,
do you think that's the case?
No. The Big Ten. Big Ten is better than the Big East. But, they're not at the highest level of the sport.
Right.
They're both mid-major conferences in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
There's really only two major we'll say three major conferences in baseball: the SEC, the ACC, and the Big 12.
Yeah.
Everybody else is at least a step below.
If not two.
At least a step below.
Yeah.
But yeah, Creighton's got their number right now.
They definitely do.
And if I were a Nebraska fan, that'd be the thing that would be galling to me, is you would think that Nebraska would, because of their depth, the ability to go, bring in players, the facilities, everything that they've got, that they would have better depth. And depth usually shows itself in those midweek games. And they can't figure it out.
What's really weird is the amount of current major leaguers that came from Nebraska that are in the game right now. You'd think Nebraska would try to focus a little more on that depth-wise, including.
Either way.
How many NFL players does Nebraska have right now?
A solid amount.
Nebraska gets their chance at Omaha tonight.
They do indeed.
At Tal Anderson Field. And
well, before you do that, Nick, get the hand off the mouse. Keyboard time, baby.
It's keyboard time.
Why are you forcing me to do this?
Wait, this is what you
don't
need your punishment for not making John an open.
I was busy. I was working today.
Nick, you know what?
I was doing things.
Imagine that in the army. Sorry, I couldn't kill the Nazis. I, was sick from yesterday.
I was stuck in a promo meeting for 2 hours.
Nope, sorry.
We're the army. Why do we need to promote?
Nope. Now, John, you take it away.
Well, NIL. We're going to talk a little bit more about that today, and it is everywhere. And if you would like to help out your favorite schools win, then check out On the Line. On the Line is an Omaha-based company that partners with all three major Division I schools, Omaha, Creighton, and Nebraska. Plus, they have some high school partners as well, and they're official partnerships. And how it works is very simple. You go to athleticsontheline.com, pick that favorite school. Then you pick a sport, and then you pick a measurable metric. Could be as simple as wins or points. Then you can set a budget, and for every time your team hits that metric, that becomes your donation towards that school's NIL efforts. And it's an official partnership, so that money's going to go straight to the school's collective and straight to the players. It's the way to recruit and retain the best college athletes. So find out more by visiting athleticsontheline.com. Omaha-based good people helping out all three of our major Division I programs right here in Nebraska. On the Line, athleticsontheline.com.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
Springtime is the right time for home improvement, and your home improvement company has their biggest sale of the year. 50% off your window purchase plus free labor with a minimum of 4 windows. And easy financing, 0 down, 0 interest, 0 payments for 12 months. Or transform your bathroom, make it more modern. Save up to 30% plus an additional 10% off and a free shower pan or bathtub. Easy financing too. No money down, no interest, and no payments until 2026. Call 402-764-1720 and schedule that free in-home consultation. Windows, bathrooms, or both. Now's the time. Biggest sale of the year. So let me repeat. 50% off your window purchase, minimum of 4 windows, plus free labor. Or up to 30% off a bathroom remodel, plus an additional 10% off and a free shower pan or bathtub. Call 402-764-1720. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. This deal only happens once, and it's now. Their biggest sale of the year. Call today and love the difference.
When replacing your roof, entrusted to the MVPs in Omaha, Moose Roofing. When you have a top-notch reputation in Omaha, you know that Moose Roofing will be there before the storm and after the storm, providing a peace of mind and protecting your most valuable asset, your home. Moose Roofing offers highly durable lifetime roofing solutions, ventilation expertise, and excellent service. Their service team, they'll even help you navigate the ever-increasingly difficult insurance process. Locally owned, top-notch reputation, because they are Omaha, and they've been here when you've needed them. Contact Moose Roofing today at mooseroofing.com.
The Moose knows how to roof.
The good old days when cars were cars and men were men.
Yeah, I'm not one of those.
I've got
My car's a computer.
I've got a wiring issue in my truck right now too. I thought it was a light at first, but then I hit a pothole and then it started to work again, which means I need to get it rewired.
Not to get back into the whole technology conversation again, but the wife got a new vehicle.
The wife.
Oh,
and
that's exciting.
And it does a lot more things than the old vehicle. And
the new car, not same as the old car.
No.
And so she was getting frustrated because, this thing didn't, how do I do this? How do I do that? And I'm like, she was trying to tell me that the back speakers aren't working. So how do I adjust that? Well, the old car was just on the dash. I said, no, it wasn't. She wouldn't listen anyway. Speakers were working fine.
I was going to say, you get the volume was just pushed forward.
No, it wasn't pushed forward at all. I said, it's just, it was working. I don't know what she was hearing.
Oh, no, she just can't hear anymore?
I don't know.
Oh, no, that's not good.
So I volunteered. I said, would you want to come out into the garage? I'll show you all the different things. Because her dash and how everything works is almost identical to my car.
Oh, that's good.
So I know where everything is. And she was like, no, I have a headache and I don't want to go. So I'll just hear about it, again tonight. I wanted to do this and I can't do this. And I used to be able to do this.
I learned with a old girlfriend at one point in time. Sometimes I just want to complain and I don't need you to help fix the problem.
Sometimes they just need to feel heard.
Yep.
Spouses.
Yeah. And I remember talking about it with my therapist one time. I was like, but if I complain, I want help. That's why I complain. Because I'm like looking for a little help.
My problem is I'm a problem solver. So if somebody comes to me with a problem, I'm like, well, this is how you can
fix the problem.
Do this.
I love fixing the problems.
Because then it's not a problem.
Dishwasher's full. That's a problem. Got to unload it. That's the solution. That's how life works. I said it. Isn't it on there somewhere? No, it's not. Life is about unloading the dishwasher just to load it back up again.
Everything's got a solution. Your Jetta, you had a solution with the Jetta.
Okay, Nick, let's settle down here.
I didn't say anything.
We're getting into dangerous
You
territory,
had a
Nick.
solution for the Jetta.
And thank you to Buchanan's for helping me out. Shout out Buchanan's.
And now the solution's final.
No free ads, but shout out to Buchanan's. They're very good people.
They are very good people. They take care of me.
Very good people.
It used to be a pain in the ass to change lights because you had to take the whole thing out.
Yeah.
And then replace it with an entirely new thing. I mean, we're talking the glass, the bezel, everything about it.
Gosh, yeah.
And then you had to like readjust the lights. Right? Because you didn't want like lazy eye lights where like one shooting down and one shooting up.
Oh, yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Because so there were like screws and you would adjust it so that
that sounds terrible.
And you used to put the garage down so you could shine your lights up against the garage and you can see where it was shining.
Exactly. And that's how I figured out I needed a new light because I pulled into the driveway and I flipped it off and the way that it I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so annoying. I hate car things happening.
Well, they've made it easier to change the bulb.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. I dropped it off. I was like, thinking, is this going to take all day? And I'm like, no, I haven't done it in like 5 seconds. What are you talking about?
I bet after you walked away, they snickered and said,
probably, thanks for the money, bro.
Like $40.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
For something.
Yeah. I was like, what's the labor cost on? It wasn't very much. Again, shout out.
That's because there's literally hardly any labor.
Screw.
Yeah. Like it's a little bit more complicated than changing a light bulb in the house, but not as bad.
By the way, John, how about this?
How about this?
Nebraska.
Is it a sports flash?
Oh.
Basketball is a 9.5 point favorite tonight versus Georgetown. How about this? First ever meeting between Nebraska and Georgetown. This would have been so cool in the 80s. So cool.
Because it wouldn't have happened in the Crown.
It would not. Well, yes.
It would have actually counted.
Yep, that's true. And now it's in the Crown.
Imagine being in the 80s watching a basketball game, 24 with the house that you just bought.
Wow, that sounds like an amazing life.
Your brand new Oldsmobile that'll run for the next 35 years.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the cars from the 80s, John. I'll be honest. Very boxy. Right? Were the cars boxy in the 80s?
There were some boxy ass cars.
Yeah, it's a little too boxy.
They're kind of squared.
Yeah.
Because they were
that was
coming
the
off
70s
they
look,
were
right?
coming off the 70s where everything was giant.
Huge cars, giant cars.
I mean, big ass
Make cars 50s again.
I have
the 80s got very boxy.
I have a hot take. I actually really like the Fox body Mustangs. That's the boxy Mustang. I liked it.
Fox body Mustang?
Yeah.
What year is that from?
Oh, so it was like late 80s, right?
Wow, you like that? Oh man, that is.
Those weren't boxy. They were just small. They were kind of.
You know, it's the worst era for Mustangs though. Is the 90s.
All of them.
Oh, that's right. You're not a Ford guy. The 90s Mustangs are terrible looking.
Well, that's
really?
basically those, aren't they?
Here, I'll show you.
That's basically those.
Kinda.
There was a kid from my high school that style. I just think that is very ugly. It doesn't look like a Mustang.
What I think the biggest downgrade as far as car design is whatever Chevy did between the IROC Camaro, which I love, to the Camaro that looked like a giant fish. You know the fish Camaros?
Mm-hmm.
The IROC looks so cool. And I get that that's a white trash take.
I don't even know.
White trash people love the IROC.
Oh, the IROC are awesome.
The fish Camaro is ugly. Is that what you're saying?
I hate the fish Camaro.
Yeah, it's a good take. The 60s Mustangs. Look at that.
The worst Mustangs were actually from the 70s.
Oh, wait. Is that the one that looked like...
That's when they downsized
like a hatchback
them.
almost,
yes, it was
right?
tiny baby Mustang. It was ugly.
But not this one from 69 and 70 because
No,
that was the
I'm
Mach
saying,
1.
I'm
The Mach
saying,
1 was
I'm
cool.
saying the mid to late 70s because they downsized it.
Matthew says late 90s muscle cars are horrific. Too bubbly. That's
Yeah.
a good way to
There's
describe
Yeah,
them.
they weren't great.
Fishy ass Camaro. There's a guy in our neighborhood who has 2 of those. I'm like, why do you want 1, let alone 2?
Yeah, you should. Maybe he wants to destroy them someday.
Get a better Camaro any other decade.
By the way, this is a great reminder. Dumb debates.
Dumb debates.
In a little bit. A text from Aaron that just says late 80s Josh SMH. I don't know what that means.
I think that's about the Fox body thing, the Mustang.
What? So he's saying he likes it?
No, I think you asked when the Fox body Mustang was a thing.
I'm not a car guy. He knows that I'm not. Aaron knows I'm not a car guy. I don't care about cars.
I'm not going to disparage.
I just need to go from place to place. Is what I need my car to do.
That's sad.
And
Point A to point B.
And does it have Bluetooth?
That's very
Mine
sad.
doesn't. I have to have a thing for Bluetooth.
See, that's the other thing I had to
Bluetooth
show the wife
dongle?
because it's got the Apple CarPlay. The other one
Dude,
didn't.
I am thinking because I looked it up recently. Apple CarPlay is not that much money for the thing, but I want it built into my car, and that's when the price goes.
Oh yeah. Do you know there is apparently a way? if you have Apple CarPlay or Android Auto.
Yeah.
Where there's an adapter where you can plug it in and watch like Netflix or
That seems
Peacock.
dangerous.
How is that
Exactly.
allowed?
It should not be.
Michael Severe is taking notes right now.
It should not
though.
be.
Oh, because he does that when he drives home after Husker games. He says he rewatches games on his phone on his way to Omaha.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, we need to get Michael a driver. That should be the goal for the 2025 football season. Michael needs a driver.
It could be a movie. Driving Jerry Kuth.
Driving Mr. Kuth.
Driving
Mr. Kuth.
Mm-hmm. We need to make this happen. I'm
Incredible.
not volunteering for the record. I like being at home for games. I like my new setup, which I'll have in the fall. 3 TVs.
My truck, it's a 2014, and it's annoying to where it has Bluetooth, but only for phone calls, and not Bluetooth if I want to play anything.
Yeah,
off
that
of
was
my
the
phone.
wife's old vehicle.
I hate that. And I could get a stereo for it and install it, but like I don't want to. I don't want to install a new stereo on my truck.
See, that's what I'm doing with
just for
CarPlay.
Bluetooth.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a little dongle. That's all it is. It's charging all the time, and it's hooked up into my auxiliary.
Got it.
And so it works.
We love a
It's
dongle.
work, and it's always charged. I never have to charge it. But, man, I just would love to have it all on a screen. And then I wouldn't have to deal with my phone and maps and driving around. Man,
Wonderful. It's great.
Another weird relic my truck has. It's got an iPod button. So if you had an iPod, you could plug it in, and then the iPod menu would show
It's
up.
amazing
but
how fast that came, like, irrelevant.
that's why I hate cars that
mini
have
discs.
these very specific
Mini discs.
cars that are built with very specific things. Like I'm Android Auto and Apple CarPlay. I'm glad that they're so ambiguous now because when they first came out, I thought it was dumb.
Yeah.
Like iPhones aren't going to exist in 30 years, 40 years.
Well, they're existing right now. By the way, Dirty D in the 402 writes,
Hi, Dirty D.
Severe chauffeur right here, dibs. There you go, Michael. You can rewatch the Husker game on your way home, and Dirty D will drive you home.
Dirty D does sound like a driver name.
Jeremy says, poor Josh's wife, a Cowboy fan and a small dongle. Honestly, I think she likes me being a Cowboys fan because.
Oh, I thought you were going to say she likes you with a small dongle.
Well, that's what you were thinking of, Ava. Now that is an over today because it was after 3 o'clock.
Designated Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
I think we hit the under in the crossover.
No,
Yeah,
okay.
we did.
That's
hit the
right.
end
Yeah,
of
I forgot about
crossover. The Blue Jays added a new guard in the portal.
Basketball news.
Nick Graves
Wow,
played at
there's
Charlotte.
Grim.
And while Charlotte didn't have a great season, Graves was their top scorer. Good breakdown today on the White and Blue review from friend of the Grum, Matthew DeMarinis,
Hell yeah, Matt. Good job, bro.
who points out
Basketball talk.
now Graves is a combo guard.
And he has 1 year left, right?
Does that mean he comes with fries?
Because he's played 3 years at Charlotte.
Yes.
Nice, Nick.
Thank you.
But so he could fill the role of Stephen Ashworth. He could fill the role of Pop Isaacs. Because remember, Pop was a combo.
Sure.
Too. It kind of depends on where the Jays end up in the rest of their search.
Mhm.
There is still hope out there in Creighton land that Josh Dix from Iowa will commit, and then he would be the point
A
guard.
Josh and a Nick? Are they going to get a John too?
They already have one.
Wait, what's the name of what's the name of the guy who the first player who committed from Iowa? What's his name?
Owen.
Damn, it's too bad it's not John.
I hope he marries somebody named Baru. I hope they have a happy life.
Nice, Nick.
Weird.
It's a Star Wars job.
Anyway, as Matt was pointing out, his points per possession as the guard in pick and rolls ranked top 40 in the country out of 276 players.
Mm.
His ranking was right with Cam Jones, who, of course, had a great career at Marquette, ahead of Hunter Salas. You remember him from such hits as I'm from Omaha.
Yeah, yes, that's the one.
Among other things.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it was better than Stephen Ashworth.
Oh, wow.
In
well, how about this, too?
Go ahead.
7.1 free throw attempts per game. I don't know if Matt
Yes.
had this. Did he have that as a stat?
No, I don't believe so. But
15th best in the country in terms of number of free throw attempts.
he got to the line a lot.
Man, and you love that from a guard.
Yes, you do.
When you're talking about a guy driving in and being able to draw contact. And John, he played in 33 games, and most of the players in front of him, in just terms of this is raw free throw attempts, not per game, but raw free throws, 37 games, 34 games, 33 games, same number, 38 games, 37 games. So it's most of the players in front of him had more games to attempt more free throws. So that's one of the things. And understand, okay, how does he do that when he gets to the line, Josh? 77% free throw shooter, essentially over the course of his entire career. So he gets to the line and he's able to knock down the free throws. And that is really, really nice. So, the 17.5 points per game that he was averaging, it's not all about, getting the buckets, because his field goal percentage is, lower than you'd want, whether it's from the field overall or from three. So
yeah, he's been basically a career 33% 3-point shooter, though he was good down the stretch for Charlotte.
So if you're gonna shoot not as well as you would want to get to the free throw line, it's nice.
The other analytic that Matt had was out of the 286 Division I players that were who got ISO'd on a defender at least 40 times a season. So you're kind of setting the bar of, hey, make sure, they had enough minimum. It's like minimum at bats to qualify for the batting title, essentially. Out of the 286 in ISO situations, his points per possession was 10th.
Oh, wow.
In the country, almost 1.2 points per possession. And that some of that also probably attributed to being able to get to the free throw line as well. So
definitely
6'3", long, athletic, pretty good on the ball as well.
And
as
it's
a
already
defender.
So what's that? 2 additions so far now since the season?
It's
came
Freeman
to an
and
end?
Graves so far.
And you're talking about, 2 players that, one power school, one not, but, they bring in a lot of experience and good numbers. And so, I don't want to say less on potential, but, some of the guys in the portal you're going to see are going to be those former highly ranked guys that haven't done a whole lot at their college stop. These 2 so far, at the very least, are not that. They are players who have experience and have been able to do some stuff on the floor.
So the Jays have added a second
J has hit the building.
And we can talk about this with Colonel Washut tomorrow.
Robin.
But he put in an RPM, back to car talk, vroom, vroom.
Yeah, for sure.
That is the on-3 version of a crystal ball.
The on-3 version of a grumball, John.
Or a grumball.
Yeah, 80-something%.
That Iowa's Price Sanford will commit to Nebraska soon. 6-7.
I was just losing everybody.
Win. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much what has happened. I mean, Indiana lost everybody. Iowa's lost pretty much everybody.
Even football coaches are talking about basketball transfers these days.
They are. And we will discuss that when we come back, because that's what Kirby Smart had on his mind.
Yes, he did, among other things.
As we haven't done it in a while, but it's probably time to check in on the NIL today.
Oh,
the Open. Wait, do we still have that video open, or did you ban that too?
I didn't ban anything. I haven't banned anything.
Oh, yeah. Farron made fun of me yesterday. He said, wow, John disappears and you forget to play the Open. I said, no. John is bad at technology and has not made a new Open, and so we're not allowed to play the
I
Open.
am not bad at technology. The program sucks.
Download the program Clipchamp. And you
John,
can do this again.
Download Clipchamp.
I've learned now.
It's a Microsoft program.
And you learn that if the technology evolves, that you haven't with it.
That you two with your little Canva crap.
Canva.
I figured, you know what? I'm gonna delegate more.
So you want Nick to make a Farron Open?
Yeah, Nick's. Well, I would, but he won't get it done. Like this.
Nick. Boom
No,
roasted.
of course everyone can make opens.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're not with your
Except
style,
Josh, because it's always with Brent Musburger.
Nick.
Always
Boston College. Oh, wait, do we still have that in there, or did I delete that after the season? I don't. I have this.
I got him! Got him! Oh, no! What did I do? I pressed the celebration!
Burger of our time. Right there. Got him. Got him.
Did you know that the Omaha food fight is down to the foodie 4?
Tell me more.
Nice
4
rhyme.
restaurants are left. Let me think if I can remember. Brother Sebastian's.
Yep.
Drover.
Yep.
Manja.
Yep.
And Broncos.
Yep. Stibbs yesterday, like Michael on Monday, very critical of how the voters. He did not like the will of the voters. There's no Block 16.
Well, they were in it.
But he
they
didn't
lost.
like how the voters did.
Well, then you know what? If you don't like it, go and vote.
Excellent, John. Do your duty as a voter.
Exactly.
Yeah, don't worry about the machines.
Vote, 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 vote. Stand in line.
Our machines work fine.
Today's the day that the voting ends, right? For the foodie 4?
And there's no voter suppression.
No,
on
we allow you.
thezone.com.
Just go to vote.
You don't even need an ID. You don't need an ID to vote.
You need an email
You
ID.
need an email, I guess.
Yeah, you need an email to vote.
That is our form of ID.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I guess you libs are for voter ID now. Good on you.
I didn't put together this contest, John.
The Foodie 4 voting ends today.
Oh, man, it's almost over.
And then it'll be down to the championship, the final two, which starts tomorrow. So if you want to help determine that, go to 1620thezone.com right now for the vote in the Foodie 4 of the Omaha Food Fight presented by Union Bank and Trust on 1620 The Zone. Time for break. Oh, damn. John Bishop here for your home improvement company. Right now, their biggest sale of the year. And if you have been dying to upgrade your bathroom because it's just old, it's stuck in the 80s, kind of like me, but you need it to look good and you want to do it at a very affordable price, well, you can transform your space with your home improvement company because right now, save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel, plus save an additional 10%, and you get a free shower pan or bathtub. So if you're looking for that walk-in shower or just something to freshen the look, check out that offer today with your home improvement company. And it's great financing as well. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 payments for 12 months. So call 402-764-1720 today. Schedule a free in-home consultation. Biggest sale of the year. So let me repeat. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel, plus an additional 10%. And they're throwing in a free shower pan or bathtub. Call 402-764-1720. 402-764-1720. You are going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. Trust me, YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. So don't wait. Call today. Save with great financing, 0 down, 0 interest, 0 payments for 12 months by calling 402-764-1720 and love the difference.
Acai Bowl lovers, April 6th is National Acai Bowl Day. At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, Tropic Rewards members can celebrate with $5 off an acai bowl or acai bowl with Nutella. Not a member yet? Join the party by downloading the app and signing up today. Log into your account on April 6th to redeem your offer for $5 off an acai bowl or acai bowl with Nutella. You're on Tropic Time now at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Hometown Hero Appliance Repair.
Servicing all major appliance brands for over 30 years, you could trust Hometown Hero to treat you and your home with respect. Hometown Hero techs are factory certified and have the skills to quickly diagnose and repair your appliances. Visit hometownhero.repair.
$16.20 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust. I wouldn't mind if the Cubs just moved to Sacramento.
They're very successful there.
The Sacramento Cubs? Oh, then
No,
the A's.
just the Cubs.
The A's can get Wrigley. I see what you're doing. You want to be an A's fan.
No, I don't want to be an A's fan. I want the Cubs to move to Sacramento because they're hitting the crap out of the ball.
But Wrigley's such a classic. No. It's historic,
I
John.
know.
You just want to give that up?
John,
I mean, maybe we can load it. Maybe we can load it on the back of a flatbed and haul it from Chicago to Sacramento.
By the way, Nebraska fans, don't turn it to BTN.
Oh.
Unless you want to get really, really, really sad.
No, turn it to BTN right now.
Really, really, really sad.
Iowa fans, turn it to BTN right now.
Wow. That was a bummer of a game.
For who?
For Nick, the world.
Was it?
The whole world. You never want to see Kirk Ferentz happy.
I am fine with seeing Kirk Ferentz happy.
Wow, what did Kirk Ferentz do to you?
Well, he ruined my Thanksgiving with my family.
It was on a Friday. It was after Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving trip with my family. We were in Colorado.
Oh, that's right. The Petersons always celebrate like 5 holidays.
No, it's a normal holiday.
And this is
Very
the sport
weird
you're
family.
counting down to, the thing that
Exactly.
ruins your holidays, the thing that you're so invested in that it just makes you
It
mad.
is crazy, isn't it?
Because these teenagers
it's
lost a
sadomasochistic
football
behavior
game.
is what it is.
It's sad.
I mean, yeah, I am a Cowboys fan. I can't explain why I'm excited to get kicked in the pills again and again and again.
Secretly, Josh wants Roger Goodell to hook up the jumper cables to his nipples.
Oh. I'm not going to kink shame.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate you, Nick. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You do you, Josh.
Yep.
Well, you know what?
What?
We haven't pulled this baby out in a long time. It's time for the NIL today. Remember when the NIL today used to be a thing? We would just pop out because there was always something new.
There was
happening?
always news.
Always.
Now it's just kind of a constant. It's just there.
Yeah, we
just
can't.
always there.
Yeah, it would be like a daily bit, like our new football countdown that we're going to start today.
Somebody should make
No,
an
it's
open.
not a
Oh
countdown.
no!
Oh, it's not a countdown.
It's not a
Make it
countdown.
open.
Then don't call it a countdown to the football
Don't
season.
tell the
Brought
internet
to
it's a
you
countdown.
by Jacob Bigelow. Thank you, Jacob.
Thanks.
All right,
But-
so what's the latest?
Well,
What's going on with NIL? Is it still legal?
oh, it's still legal.
And it's spectacular?
But now they're trying to figure out how all of this worked.
Oh, I just realized the video. Crap. All right, I'll get it. Let's
Okay.
set this up. My bad.
We'll set this up
I
because
have it.
Kirby Smart also had things to say about name, image, likeness,
Mm-hmm.
and more specifically
I was gonna
about
say.
the unsettlement.
Unsettlement.
Yeah, and in a way, we have to rename this segment because it's, as we try to remind everybody, and sometimes ourselves too, it's not NIL that's about to get legalized. It is
Rev share.
pay for play. It is rev share
Yeah.
that is
But
about to
don't
get.
call it pay for play.
Don't call it
Josh.
pay for play.
No,
Even
don't say
though,
that,
even
because
though
then John
NIL,
will
as it
make it
is
open.
currently in existence, is pay for play, and rev share is also pay for play.
And another reminder:
Maybe we should have called it the pay for play today.
You're gonna make a fun new video open for
Yeah,
this,
the
John.
program doesn't
What is
work
it called?
anymore.
Climp Chimp.
Clip Champ.
Oh, okay, because it reminds me of Mail Chimp, which was
Yeah.
like an old thing that used to sponsor podcasts to send out emails. Anyway, on Monday, a judge in
Aaron?
California, right, John? That's where
Yes.
the thing is going to be decided.
Yes.
Will decide
Judge
if
Wilkin.
they are moving Dominique. If they are moving,
No, it's Wilkins.
oh, that's true. It's
Plural.
it's not singular.
Dominique was plural.
That's true. If they are, if they will be moving forward with the rev share in its intended state of,
Correct.
at the very least, this year is going to be $20.5 million. It's processing. It's almost in. $20.5 million. And then the next question, of course, is going to be how will it be divvied up between school to school to school to school?
Mhm.
And there's been a lot of hand wringing. And so everyone's talking about it right now, including Kirby Smart.
And apparently next Monday is when it's expected that this will get the final go-ahead from the judge.
Yes. I am real quick. I'm curious. What if it doesn't? Like, I think it will, but
What if
like,
they just say nope?
yeah, nope. What if what if that happens?
It would be very on brand for college
VIB.
athletics today if something completely unexpected and
That's true.
chaotic occurred.
That's true. You're
So,
not wrong.
but a lot of the experts do believe that on April the 7th, Monday, that the unsettlement will become settled.
Unsettlement.
Yeah, it's funny. The national championship for the men's basketball tournament will come to an end on Monday, and yet this is like most definitely the much bigger discussion topic for the future of everything.
Yes. So here was Kirby Smart this week, as Georgia's also going through their spring football.
Mhm.
And
Giving cars to players.
here's what he had to say about the whole process. And remember, all this going on as he's watching his colleagues in college basketball dealing with some of the things going on right now. And we've talked about players who are entering the portal, coming out of the portal. They're signing new deals
Snip,
right
snip.
now before the unsettlement takes hold.
Yep.
Here's Kirby Smart.
I think everybody's got to take a big pause right now and say deep breath, because of what's going on with basketball right now is crazy. And we don't know everything that's going to come out with April 7th, which might be April 7th. We might be the settlement date where we get a lot more information. But, everybody's on pins and needles because we don't know exactly what's going to come out of this. What I do know is that we're going to continue to recruit people who love football, who are passionate about football, and that don't put money as the number one answer. Like, I've never met a really good player that's all they cared about. So, like, the 105 number, the NIL number, what's the cap number, what is this going to be? There's stuff going on right now, guys, in college football. I mean, there's people reaching out to have a Zoom call and present all the players they represent that are on teams, including our teams. And they want to invite people to the Zoom so they can watch and see who's going in the portal or shopping who's in the portal before the portal. Do you want to get on the Zoom and look at all these players? I'm like, well, what if some of them are mine? I mean, it could be one of the most legendary, moments in all of college sports with what's coming up on this ruling. in how people are going to try to manipulate a cap when all we're trying to do is make for competitive balance. And it's really unfortunate that I don't know if competitive balance is going to come out of it. You know, like, I don't know if the kids win in this model that we currently have, if they win long term. Like, long term, when we have to cut sports and cut other things, are the kids going to be the winners of this? I don't know. College sports been around a long time and given many an opportunity. And by all means, I want these kids to make money. But what's going on right now is not good for anybody.
So there's like 5 things in
Oh,
there?
there's a lot of things. And it really depends on, what trips your triggers.
Yeah, what angle do you want to start with? Yeah.
Next. So I'll just go off of, to me, at least for me, what I heard out of this, or at least what I got the most out of it, was there right at the end. Because I firmly believe that if things continue in this current path, settlement or no settlement, eventually as this enterprise becomes even more like a business than ever before, just like with any other business, when there are inefficiencies in a department, when there are inefficiencies in a corporation, inefficiencies, aka things that don't make money, those things get cut. And what Kirby Smart's talking about there with sports going away, I think that is an inevitable result of a lot of this. And that is not to say that is a reason why players shouldn't get paid. So don't hear what I'm saying here and think that I'm saying, well, need to go back to the old way of doing things so that way every sport stays viable. Nope, that's not what I'm saying at all. Because there's a lot of things, not just NIL, not just pay for play, not just rev share, that have contributed to college sports being in the spot that it's in. It's also the TV contracts. It's schools being poached.
I was going to say it's
to move
it's
conferences.
It's schools being in the transfer portal.
It's schools being in the transfer portal, or schools being poached out of other conferences. Conferences being killed.
Yeah. Yeah, like, sadly, again, if you would just want to start there, other sports going away, thus scholarships going away, thus athletes losing opportunities. I don't know if there is a fix for that if schools are going to pay players, which, I think they should be. I think you think they should be, right? We agree with that. So if you start with the basic of, I think the players should get paid, and then you say, and I think the players should get paid what they are worth, especially to their sport, and we're talking about football here. Okay. And if they truly say the only way we can make it work is by cutting sports, there is no way to fix that. Because you're right. And I don't want to do the same thing I always do whenever we discuss this, but if you were starting college sports today, you wouldn't start track and field and say, yeah, and we're cool with losing $3 million a year. You just would never do it. You would never do it. And there are a lot of sports like that. And I don't mean to pick on track and field, though I always do, because over the years, whenever we've done research, track and field is actually the one that has shown up as like the bottom of all of them.
Well, it's got
always negative, whatever.
It's got the biggest rosters, and it is the least spectator. It sells the least amount of tickets.
Yeah. And so
it doesn't move the needle. It does not move the needle in terms of drawing any revenue whatsoever.
Of course. So, there is no fix to that, sadly. I can't help you out there. And so, the one thing I always wonder with this is, why is Kirby saying this? Because do I ultimately think that Kirby cares about the rowing team going away? I personally don't think he cares, because these coaches are so maniacally focused on their football team.
Sure.
He doesn't care that his players keep driving really fast. I'm not. So, and maybe I'm being a jerk here. I don't really buy that Kirby is sad about other sports going away. So what's his real angle here? Me thinks he doth protest a bit too much at the end when he says, I want them to get paid. There's a but there, though. And I don't know what the but is. The but, I guess I can figure it out. The but is not, I don't like that they're getting paid. The but is, can I have these guys on my roster for more than 5 seconds? That is where all of this, that's what all of this is about. It's what all of this is about.
They have taken something that was a very stressful situation in terms of acquiring players, and it's amplified 100-fold.
I think
because
the idea,
now it used to be when you recruited somebody, you had them for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, at least you thought you did.
And now the one thing about, and we've heard it from a lot of coaches. Yes, there are those coaches who do enjoy the recruiting process, but every coach enjoys the coaching process. They got into the field to teach the X's and O's, to mold men or women, to, be a leader. And the talent acquisition part has always been the least palatable. And they have, and we have taken that, I'm talking collectively as a college sports entity, have taken that and we've made that job more difficult and made it a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week job.
And
because you're recruiting not only your future players, but you're recruiting your own roster
all the time. And I think Kirby is a great test case for this discussion because Kirby is, like his mentor, an incredible recruiter.
Yes.
By the old rules. And look, he skirted the old rules, I'm guessing. I'm going to guess that Georgia did some things, just like Alabama did some things. Yeah. I just want to make sure I have all my qualifiers so I can't get sued, right? I'm guessing he did things that he wasn't supposed to. But by the old lay of the land, he was, if not the best, he was the second best, behind only Nick Saban. It's different now. And so someone who used to probably love recruiting and love the chase of it and the rush and all of that, it can't be as fun and enjoyable. And whenever I hear frustrations from people with college sports, it is, for the most part, it's not about the money. It is just about, I just want to know who's on my team. I was listening to Scott Van Pelt and Stanford Steve this morning, and they were talking about Maryland. Of course, SVP is a Maryland grad. It was a really good 15 minutes about the Kevin Willard situation and kind of what's next for them. But you could just hear it, like the lamenting of this one team now is done because guys are in the portal, the coach is leaving, and then Queen's going to the NBA. And so it's now entirely different. And, he said what you and I have talked about for years. And it's like, can you have collective bargaining and a contract? And that is where all this is going. It's so funny. That's what the coaches want. I think that's what the fans want. Ultimately, I think what fans want is you watch a team and I have that player on my team for at least X amount of more years. Whatever happens with the Micah Parsons contract, in theory, I got him at least for one more year as a Dallas Cowboy. All right, cool. I got Dak for 3. That's exciting. That's the fun part about being a fan. Now, sometimes you're a Mavericks fan and they trade away Luka for no reason. But in theory, you're like, wow, I got this guy for 4, 5, 6, whatever more years. But you can't do that as a college fan, And I don't think that this is you and I being the old guy. I don't think that this is that. Maybe it is, because I'm guessing there's probably some 17-year-old who's like, this is the only world I've known, and I don't hate it. And it's like, all right, yeah, I guess you're right. Just like I grew up with free agency. I never cared. It wasn't a big deal. Free agency is what free agency is. But again, their contracts are, all these.
But
things.
When free agency came to baseball, when free agency came to the NFL, there was structure behind it. There was structure behind it because there was always contracts.
Yeah, and that's the thing we don't have in college.
And we have zero of that. The thing that is going to be most interesting, because right now, and you've got the pool of conference athletic directors, 10 of them, one of them being Trev Alberts, by the way, who have been meeting during the last 6 months to basically craft this organization that's going to enforce all of this stuff. Yet we don't have any details on how it's going to be enforced.
Yeah, Dan,
who's going to enforce the $20.5 million? What if Renegade School X decides, we're going to make our rev share $23 million?
Who's going to stop them?
Who's going to investigate it?
Yep.
Who's going to enforce? Who's going to create penalties?
Mm-hmm.
And who's going to enforce penalties? Because it's not the NCAA.
No. There was a great story today from Dan Wetzel and Thamel, right? Pete Thamel of ESPN. And reading from it right now, the power conferences are also creating a new organization tasked to enforce a salary cap and fair market value rules. This new entity will be separate from the NCAA's enforcement arm. Several of the college sports leaders involved in creating the new entity say it's an attempt to fully reset the crime and punishment process of college sports that has long been criticized for its lack of efficiency, transparency, and equal treatment among offenders. I love it. It could be in place by July 1st, and that's kind of what it is. And that's where the story went, where it's like, all right, I guess we got to do something. But who's doing this and what's that going to look like? Well, John, I think what you just said is apt to happen. What are they going to do? What are you going to do? Tell me not to do it? I can't spend 23. All right, I'll spend 23.
Remember, this is an enterprise where cheating has been rampant for over 100 years. The reason the NCAA came to existence in the first place was because of the cheating that was going on
And
100
and
and
the
some
deaths.
odd, and the deaths, but 100 plus
football
years ago. So there is a
Thank you,
culture that
President.
already exists here, where you have a lot of thieves. You just haven't had a lot of honor among thieves. So how is that going to work? How is that enforcement going to happen?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Who was that? What president was that? Was that Wilson or H? Was that Hoover?
Who
helped found the NCAA?
Well, I know Teddy Roosevelt was involved in.
President R.
He was involved in trying to save football.
Oh, okay. I thought that was when the NCAA came into existence. Was it not?
It was around that time.
And the question now is just like, how long is whatever the period that we're in going to last? Like, I would be stunned if in 10 years we're still doing this. I just don't think it's sustainable.
Yeah, it'll be something else.
It will be. Well, but I do think that they're going to have to figure out the contract situation. I don't think that players can.
Well, but that's going to be the real catch, right? Is what is going to stop because the settlement is between the power conference schools and the plaintiffs in the House case.
Yeah, and there's back pay.
But what is going to stop a future athlete or athletes coming together, hiring attorneys and saying, where did you come up with $20.5 million? In the NFL, the split is very close to 50-50. In baseball, it's this. In the NBA, it's that. And here, they got to the $20.5 million based on a formula that didn't include a lot of other things in terms of revenue.
And it's an average.
It's an average.
And so, like, you know, the bottom line for the Big Ten and SEC, this is easier to figure it out than the bottom line for the Sun Belt, for example. Adam texts into the show while you're looking up something. He says, baseball is at the greatest risk. It's a high-cost sport with a lot of scholarships. You'll see schools start dropping baseball. And yeah, remember, baseball is about to move to, what are they going to allow? Farron and us talked about this yesterday. Like 34, 35? What's the scholarship number for baseball?
35 is the
now that's scholarships.
That's the roster limit.
That's scholarship.
That's a roster limit.
Yeah, and he said
you don't have to pay all those scholarships,
that's true.
But that's your roster limit. Just like 105 in football, that is a roster limit. You can pay up to 85 or 105 scholarships in football.
But you couldn't in baseball. In baseball, it's been 11.7, right? 11.7.
Yeah, it's been 11.7.
And so Farron said that he has heard that there are going to be some schools that are going to go, we're going to pay your whole scholarship for every player, but there won't be rev share. And then others will do, smaller scholarship numbers, but you can make some rev share. And so that's going to be very interesting too. But the roster sizes are going to hurt them.
So anyway, the $20.5 million cap is a formula based on 22% of the average Power 5 school's athletic department revenue.
And real quick, that's funny because Power 5 is now an outdated term.
Correct.
Like that's how fast all this stuff has moved.
Correct. But it's 20, it's estimated at 22%. But I think there were some things in the formula that were taken out. Other revenues that weren't included.
Mm-hmm. A text from the 402 said, seriously, back pay that this could bankrupt schools. Yeah, there will be some back pay in there. I don't remember how many, but it's something billion, right?
Yeah.
It's with a B.
Well, and that was the thing that the Big East was worried about was the tournament shares could be affected.
Mm-hmm.
Because the tournament shares, which are the shares you get for every time your conference wins a tournament, an NCAA basketball tournament game, that was going to be part of how the back pay was going to be paid.
And here's the number for that, for those wondering. The settlement calls for the total back damages of approximately $2.78 billion to be paid over 10 years, equating to approximately $280 million annually, with distribution of back damages as determined by the plaintiffs. And I can't remember who all fits into that, but you're talking about close to $3 billion that they're going to have to pay over the course of 10 years. And then again, the $20.5 million number is now. That's before somebody pushes back and says, why is the number this? And that is also before inflation drives this number higher, just like salary caps in other sports. This number will not be 20.5 forever. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised, John, if next year at this time we're like, hey, have you seen the new settlement number? It's now $23 million per school. So like that thing is going to be a moving target as well, just like salary caps.
Who's going to set that?
Exactly.
And how is it going to be determined? Is the formula going to change? We may get more answers to this on Monday.
Yes. And what time is that supposedly going down? Because that's West Coast, so there'll be a couple hours behind us.
I don't know.
Hope it's when we're on the air. I have to imagine it's when we're on the air.
It might be, but then there's going to be a lot of legalese to pour through. And remember, that's just one step because
we need Jack back on Mondays.
The rest of it will be
help us, lawyer boy,
trying to figure it all out.
Yeah.
And figuring out again, how are they going to enforce all of this?
Yeah. Great question.
Who's going to enforce it? Who's going to be one to levy the penalties? What are the penalties going to be? Is it going to be monetary? Is it going to be ineligibility again? Because basically you're just back at square one.
Did you have to Google?
I couldn't remember what the song was titled.
It's just going to get back to square one where they made the NCAA toothless.
Yeah.
What's to say that this new enforcement wing also won't be rendered toothless?
Correct.
Coming up, it has been a wacky start to baseball, and we have our first installment of the Jacob Bigelow Memorial offseason football topic of the day.
I can't wait to hear that open.
You're going to do a great job, Nick. We believe in you.
I have the concept of a plan.
We believe in you.
We do believe in you.
It's the Don't Call It a Countdown on the Internet Football Countdown, brought to you by Jacob Bigelow.
I'm still working on the Michael Open, too.
It's time for F9 on 1620 The Zone. Just enjoying some beautiful afternoon baseball. Look at the Cubs just playing so well.
Good job.
Oh, look, it's Kyle Mother Tucker at the plate.
Beating the A's.
Hey,
nothing.
It counts. It counts. And the best thing about baseball is these aren't Q1 or Q2 or Q3 games. They all count the same.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the time of year. You're talking about basketball vernacular.
No, John's right. All the baseball games count the same. So when the Cubs lost to the Dodgers in Japan, those counted.
Oh, thank you, John. I'm happy finally.
No,
Speak
those
truth
don't
to
count.
power.
No, there's no.
Yeah, that was a tough look.
No, that doesn't count. It wasn't in America. America first. But did you see this? Did you hear about this?
I don't know. What is it?
The other team in Chicago.
The White Sox?
The White Sox.
Oh, yeah.
They're playing good?
Yeah, they're not bad.
Well, okay.
They're good.
Good in a relative sense. Let's just say they're not the worst team in baseball right now, Atlanta Braves.
Man, that's exciting.
Neither are the Rockies. Imagine a world where the Rockies aren't the worst team.
The White Sox opened the season with a 28-inning streak without their starters allowing an earned run. So their starters went 28 straight innings without allowing an earned run.
That's impressive.
Now you might say, well, is that impressive? Well, consider this is only the fourth longest streak since the expansion era, which is 1961, when we went from the OG.
Yeah, what was the size of baseball back then?
It was 8 teams in each league.
And then it went to 20.
And then in
4? Did they add 8 teams?
Then in 61, we added.
We have the Mets.
Was it the Angels and?
Didn't they do that thing where the Senators?
Yeah.
They brought the Senators back because the Senators left, but then they just made the Senators
the Senators
again.
moved to Minneapolis, became the Twins, and then they added a new Senators.
Yes, same as your old Senator.
And then in 62, that's when the Mets and the Angels. Or did I say?
I thought you said the Angels already. All right, now I'm going to look this up.
62 was the Mets.
The Padres came around that time, didn't they?
No, Padres were 69.
Nice. Okay, here we go. Oh, that was interesting. So they added teams to the AL first, and then they added teams to the
because it was really weird for a while where there was
Astros. Colt
so they
45s.
added the Angels and Senators, and then in 62 they added the Colt 45s and the Mets.
Right.
And then in 69 they added the Royals Pilots, who are now the Mariners.
No, the Pilots are now the Brewers.
Yes.
Pilots are now the Brewers, which I
They
knew.
left Seattle after 1 year
That's
and
right,
became
yeah,
the Brewers.
The Expos, the Padres. 77 they added the Mariners and the Blue Jays. 93 they added the Rockies and Marlins. 98 Diamondbacks and Rays. And that is where we are at today.
For now, Manfred wants 2 more.
Yes, he wants to get it to 32.
Be nice to get every team in a major league ballpark, except the A's. We approve of the A's playing in the tiny baby ballpark because the Cubs are playing well. And anyway, this is the 4th longest streak.
Yeah.
The only other teams that were better, the 63 Cardinals, the 76 Brewers, and the 15 Tigers. Now, of those teams,
a lot of Tigers.
I think the Cardinals were the only decent team. None of those teams went on to win a World Series.
Wow, John just said something nice about the Cardinals.
Yeah, cut that out, Nick. Let's just re-air it over and over and over for the rest of the time.
But good on you, White Sox. Good on you.
Do you think that since they know that they're such a bad team, they just kind of went into this season not caring? Like, yeah, whatever. They're just more relaxed and they're not in their head. And then they're like, oh.
Well, it is baseball. And the beauty of baseball is it's a very long season. And so the cream will rise to the top and the sludge will sink to the bottom.
And the Cubs will miss the playoffs.
So are the Braves sludge or are they cream? That's the question people are asking.
As Mike Farron would say,
it's too early to tell. I know. That's the worst part about baseball. You're not allowed to have any opinions about it until August.
Well, you can.
What's the point of this sport when all Farron says is, I don't know. Why'd you ask me that question, dummy?
Well, you can say that about every sport. It's too early to tell.
I have takes about the NFL today, and it hasn't even started yet.
That's too early.
Well, yeah.
No, it's not early enough, Nick.
So you can tell right now that the Cowboys are going to tank in the
Of course.
I mean, one of the most impressive wins of Week 1 in the NFL season was the Cowboys crushing the Browns.
That was not that impressive.
How did that turn out?
I told you not a big deal after that game. Now, Week 2, the Saints destroyed the Cowboys, and there were some people that were like, "Are the Saints the 99 Rams?" And
that also didn't happen.
That definitely did not happen.
Well, I will say I wasn't too early to call the Dolphins trash after Week 3 last season. I was right. They were trash.
A tweet from Kevin Kugler on the JTech Instructions on Twitter feed. Just tuned in to hear John offer more Cardinal love. Cool to hear his true colors. Yeah, you're like reverse Harry Carey.
Oh.
No.
He was the voice of the Cardinals, Nick. Do you know who Harry Carey is?
Yeah, no, I know.
Hey!
Because I knew he was the voice of the White Sox. I didn't know
he
was
got around.
Also the Cardinals.
He got around.
Oh, he got around all right.
He said, hey.
Which is probably
John
the reason,
called Nebraska and he calls Creighton.
Which is probably why he left St. Louis in the first place, because he got around.
Nice.
Hey.
Yep.
A legend.
Anthony Edwards. Mr. Carey. I almost said Jim. Harry Carey. I forgot which
Anthony
name.
Edwards.
That's the basketball player for the Timberwolves. Have you not seen about this? Have you not seen this or heard about this?
No.
Dude, he has like a lot of child support. He just paid one of the women
What's the
18
difference
years of child
what's the
support.
difference between that and many other NBA players?
Well, he had like 4 kids in the span of like a year with 4 different people.
You know,
but where's that on the Kemp scale?
Great question. But he paid his entire child support up front in a lump sum.
Which is a bad idea because if you account for inflation, he actually...
No, he's getting this is a better deal.
No,
you'd want to pay it all.
His
up
kid's
front.
getting a worse deal.
His
though.
kid's getting a worse deal, yeah.
Wow.
For sure. Yeah.
Never thought about just being able to pay 18 years worth of child support.
I've always
Here you
dreamed of
go.
like, man, how cool it'd be to just pay like a whole year of rent. And then it's like, I don't have to worry about it.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I couldn't do that though. It's a lot of money. Can you imagine? Can you pay your whole mortgage in a year?
It'd be less if
Oh,
you had a
your
sink in your
mortgage?
bedroom.
Yeah.
It would be, Nick. That house is a lot cheaper than the one we live in, but it has a sink in the bedroom.
Are you kidding? That's a bonus.
No, it is not a bonus.
You're paying more for less right now, Josh.
Well, coming up next, because Josh is itching.
To be fair, this was not my idea.
That's why we call you Itch Boy.
No, it's because I have dry skin.
It's the Jacob Bigelow Memorial offseason football topic of the day.
Don't call it a countdown to football season on the internet.
We're going to explain what the 12% rule is.
12%?
The 12% rule.
The 12% rule.
And there might be some
racist.
There might be some other NFL stuff in there too.
God, what a topic. Let's go.
And we can all thank Jacob Bigelow, who gave his life on the internet.
Jacob, thank you
this
for
to
your
be
service.
possible. Otherwise, we'd be doing another basketball topic or maybe a hockey topic.
Or a baseball topic.
Remember when we used to do weekly hockey guests?
I don't think it was ever weekly.
I think we did.
We never could get a guest.
No, in the playoffs, that one year.
Oh, in the playoffs.
There was a time, Nick, we did 2 straight months of hockey every week.
Because as we know, the only time people in this market pay attention to the NHL is when the playoffs are on.
NHL is
Except
great.
for those 5 people who have Pittsburgh Penguins license plate frames.
They all work at the same place now.
They all work together.
Mm-hmm, they do.
On 1620, the F9.
Okay, so this is the open to talk about football. This sucks. Nick, bad job. -10 on this open.
Yeah, that's
Poopy.
not great open.
You're poopy.
Well, it was something that took over the internet, but it started on this radio station.
Yeah, I hope that when people wrote about this on message boards and
They
Twitter,
gave us the credit.
Yes.
Or at least our morning show the credit.
Yeah, exactly.
But welcome to... This is the way that Josh has found to shoehorn some football into this show, even though there is no football happening right now.
Wrong.
And no, we don't count the UFL.
But the Battlehawks.
Today, we introduce a new daily topic, the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football Topic of the Day.
Yes,
and coming soon, a super neat open.
Nice.
Instead, we just have a graphic.
The open will be ready tomorrow.
Today's Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football Topic of the Day. It's time to educate you on the rule, the 12% rule. No, inflation has not hit Bernie Sanders. It's not gone from 1% to 12%.
Oh, the inflation's hitting, John.
Yeah, that's true.
It's about to hit more.
Oh, it's hitting all right. So 12%. Tell me more. What is this 12%?
To be successful as an offense, this was something that it apparently started at Iowa State, of all things. But this is another way of looking at statistics in a certain way and saying, well, if you want to be successful, offensively, we must eliminate as many mistakes as possible. Pretty common sense.
Wow, great football topic.
The objective is to score points and control the football game. So far, a lot of common sense in the 12% rule.
Inarguable, John.
We must control what we can control. Control the controllables.
Who said that? Was that Damon or is that Rule?
I don't know, but man, again, these are the same people that misidentify the hook and lateral as hook and ladder.
It's called a hook and ladder.
Too many hits to the head.
No. It's a way to shorten it. It's like saying za for pizza.
Playing board games with John.
And that's dumb.
Playing board games with John must suck. It's not shoots and ladders, it's shoots and lateral.
No, it's shoots and ladders. It clearly says it on the board game, shoots and ladders.
Interesting.
The most telling stat we focus on is the 12% rule. The 12% rule is the total number of penalties, negative plays, losses, turnovers, and drops divided by the total amount of plays.
Oh, man.
We aim for the total to be under 12%.
So say these plays again. Say these are negative plays.
Penalties.
Yeah, don't want those.
Losses, like
tackle for lost sacks.
Tackle for lost sacks.
Okay.
Turnovers.
Okay.
And drops. So drop passes.
So real quick, these were all offensive penalty or all offensive mistakes. Okay.
Yes, this is an offensive rule. The 12% rule is an offensive rule.
Okay.
And they claim, Iowa State, the goal is to be under 12%. So you keep those negative plays, those bad things happening to less than 12%. So you're like, okay.
So have you done this for Nebraska?
Well, somebody did it for me.
Oh, who was this person?
I know. It was the folks at
Sports Info Solutions.
Sports Info Solutions.
Yeah, I made a big screen to really help me set myself out over here.
Thank you, Sports Info Solutions.
Very cool.
Wow. And so Nebraska, this was last year. Nebraska was below average, or basically right at average. Yeah, slightly below average amongst power competition.
Yeah, in the P5 offenses.
Wow.
In the P5 offenses, percent of plays with a negative play, a drop, a penalty, or a turnover.
Wow, this is fascinating.
Nebraska was at 12.66%.
The number of the beast.
So,
almost.
So that put them a little bit over the 12%, but in terms of national rank, what is that number? 35th?
39.
Or 39, say. 39th. So actually they're a little below average, just a little below average.
How about this? Did you see some of the other schools that were near the bottom of this ranking? John? Florida State, they suck. They were
Florida
second.
State, really bad and probably destined to be really bad again.
Not when you hire a guy like Tony White. They were second to the bottom in front of only Houston. But a team right in front of them, the Texas Longhorns, who were in a one-score game and had first and goal versus the eventual national champions in the semifinals. But how did that drive end, John?
Well, that ended with a double negative because it is a turnover that was returned for a touchdown.
So, I mean, in a way, it kind of fits that, like, because they were good last year. They always kind of shot themselves in the foot, especially when they played better competition. So that kind of fits. The best teams, by the way, you're wondering.
Before you get to that, look who was just a couple of spots above Texas. Alabama.
Mr. T-shirt boy.
Alabama was 61st among Power 5 offenses, being above the 12% rule. They had a negative drop penalty or turnover on 14.3% of plays.
Yeah, and they were, not their best year, of course. They finished 9-4. They went 9-3 in the regular season, but they were very much in the playoff mix. Georgia, team we talked about earlier in the show, 42nd.
Worse than Nebraska.
Which, again, kind of fits, right? And so the lesson that I'm learning from the teams that are below Nebraska is if you're going to be good, you got to have a lot of talent to make up for the issues. Texas, Georgia, Alabama had talent to make up for a lot of those issues. Other schools, not so much. Utah is near the bottom. Well, Utah had one of their worst years. Purdue is near the bottom. Makes sense. Purdue was absolute trash last year.
Well, let's take a look. Here's where your playoff teams ended up.
Yeah, let's go cream of the crop.
Penn State was the best at avoiding the negative plays. They were at 8.95%. That led the nation, or at least the Power 5. Again, these are just Power 5 schools.
Yeah.
So obviously, Boise is not going to show up here.
Correct. So we'll have 11 teams when we go
So
through
your
this.
playoff teams finished in the 12% rule. First.
Yep.
Third, Ohio State.
Natty.
Tennessee, ninth.
They were 9th. Yeah, I can help you out here.
Indiana,
14th.
14th.
Oregon
is at 19th.
Notre Dame, 20.
Notre Dame, 20th.
I got to scroll
Michigan.
a little bit. No, they didn't.
No, I didn't make it. Sorry.
Well, you got to scroll a ways now. Arizona State is 36.
Arizona State, 36, which was basically the same as Nebraska.
And then you're going to get into the ones that are below Nebraska. With the aforementioned Georgia Bulldogs, they were 47.
The BYU Cougars were 44th.
They didn't make the playoff.
Oh, that's right. They didn't.
Yeah, they just missed it. There were 2 ACC teams. Where the hell is Clemson? We must have missed Clemson.
Clemson was 10th.
Okay.
Clemson was 10th.
And did we miss SMU? Or nope, there they are.
56. SMU is 56.
Talked about Georgia. They were 47. Talked about Texas. They were, 66? Trying to think if we were missing anybody here. I don't think we are. That's interesting. The top 10 were Penn State, Miami. So Miami just missed out because they lost that late game to Syracuse. Ohio State, Washington, who was like all the metrics in terms of heckle the echo, like they were great at moving the ball, but sometimes really trash at finishing, which makes sense to me. Baylor 5, Iowa State 6, and they just missed the playoff. Rutgers 7, Iowa 8, that makes sense to me. Tennessee 9, and then the aforementioned Clemson Tigers at number 10. Fascinating. This is something to put in our back pockets for the football season. Another fun stat to keep an eye on Thursdays when we heckle the echo.
Now the catch with this is it's who's keeping track of drops, because that's not something that's easily
excellent points
findable.
Nick,
yes,
it's on you, baby.
You want me to keep track of drops?
There is some website out there that has drops. You probably just have to pay for.
Probably.
The only drop I keep track of is
hey, daddy's home.
Lick. Yeah, and Sports Flash.
Or
2 hot coffees.
Exactly.
Or even
my brand.
A lot of drops.
But definitely not.
No.
They're dead to me right now.
Yeah, understandably so.
Well, there's
also John has a drop.
The breasts! The breasts!
Oh, yeah, bonk.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is, today's installment of the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football Topic of the Day.
Excellent job, John. John, that was great work.
We're just trying to breathe life into a dying entity.
Football?
And keep it alive for another day.
Football, wow. Can it make it another season?
Can it make it to tomorrow?
To talk more.
Did the 12% rule breathe
One.
enough life into football so that it's still around tomorrow when we do this again?
I find myself more intrigued by football by the second.
I still think the 12% rule sounds like something problematic.
Nick, we did baseball like last segment.
And we need more of it.
John and I never talk about baseball for a segment.
It's baseball season.
Yeah, it's April. It's too early to tell. It's way too early to tell, Nick.
Maybe tomorrow, the Jacob Bigelow Memorial off-season football topic of the day will have an open. Maybe.
Dare to dream, John. Dare to dream. Wow, Nick has 2 jobs for tomorrow.
What's the other one?
There's a guest that we're hoping he books.
I've reached out already, so I just have to wait.
Oh,
the ball is in their court.
Did you reach out and touch someone?
Like the song says.
Reach out and touch, babe. Boom,
No. It was a jingle. Reach out and touch someone.
Yeah, but I like
reach out and touch. What is that one from?
That was from the was phone company.
AT&T?
I think so, yeah.
Southwestern Bell, or what was it?
I think it was AT&T. It was after they broke up the monopoly, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Can't have Monopoly.
Oh, you probably can now.
Are Monopolies back?
I think Monopolies might be back.
Yes, they are. The Cubs are monopolizing runs in Major League Baseball.
Just don't send them to Tokyo.
9-2.
Wow. Is this a tiny baby ballpark, John? Like the
No,
Yankees?
the ball just really carries well, and the Cubs are
Interesting.
just really, really good.
Jose Leclerc? It's like the Formula One driver, Charles Leclerc.
Oh, my gosh.
Let's talk Formula One. I just had a listener.
Leclerc is the French version of Smith.
We just had
Nice.
a caller who said, Nick, please, I want to discuss these 2 drivers in Formula One.
Yeah, what was that guy talking your ear off for 2 minutes about?
Formula One, he wanted to know about who's going to finish higher this weekend, Liam Lawson or Isaac Hadjar.
What are these Liam Lawson and Isaac Hedjar?
Yep.
What the hell is that?
Game of Thrones characters.
It does. It sounds like this goofy Game of Thrones character.
You know what? I was going to save it as a surprise content question, but go ahead and answer. Who's going to finish higher between the 2?
My sleepy time.
Depends on who starts ahead of the other one, because as we know, there's no passing in
Excellent
Formula
point,
One.
There's
John.
a lot of passing now, John.
Excellent point,
They've
John.
fixed the passing
You know what,
issue.
Nick? You sound really dumb right now.
Yeah, which is a perfect segue to dumb debates, and we're going to bring a literal dumb debate from my kitchen table.
Awesome.
To the Grum.
Let's do it.
And it has to do with time and how we tell time.
Okay.
It divided the Bishop family literally down the middle. Miss Wrigley was supposed to be the tie-breaking vote, but
she doesn't know or understand the concept of time.
Nope.
I would disagree. Dogs know the concept of time. We give Banks his nightly treat at 9 o'clock. You know what he does at 9 o'clock? He just suddenly stares at you. He's like, it's time. He knows.
Fair.
And then when the time change happens, he's always, especially the fall one, it's 5 o'clock and he's like, where's dinner?
Yeah.
No, Banks, it's 5. It's not 6 anymore.
See, this is
And he
another
hates
reason
it.
why we need to stop the stupid time change.
He stares at me. It's really funny.
1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listen or not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton? Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Kyle, you're ruining my bet for NL MVP.
Oh, Kyle.
Everyone else for the Cubs is getting hits, but not Kyle Mother Tucker.
He can still be the MVP. It's just P is spelled P-E-E. MVP. Wow.
Speaking of that, congrats to the Brewers. I'm
Nice.
assuming someone urinated in the concourse again, which is why the Brewers won today.
Tough look for the Royals.
Yeah, no Royals. Text on the 402, by the way, as people are heading home. Huge accident on eastbound Dodge Expressway near 114th Street. All lanes are blocked.
Oh,
where's this at?
Eastbound on the Dodge Expressway.
I saw something today where they're going to be adding another lane of traffic, but in doing so, of course, they're going to be cramping my style on westbound I-80 over near Giles for the foreseeable future, and this is going to trigger me to no end.
Oh, that's not good.
114th isn't on the expressway. It's the thing that goes.
I thought you said 124.
Oh, one.
Didn't you say
He said
124?
it said 114th. I mean, I imagine, Nick, it's like where it would be 114th Street if it was on the expressway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like in that part of Dodge.
Got it.
Yeah.
This is Dumb Debates,
Yes,
where
it is.
you take over the grum with your dumb debates. And it literally could happen, as it did in my house, at the dinner table.
Are we saving that, or do you want to dive right in?
We'll dive in just a moment, but I want to
Okay.
tell the folks how you can contribute to Dumb Debates. Anytime one comes up, like the one that we had at the dinner table, jot it down in your memory bank or get your little smartphone out and fire off a tweet
Smartphones are
and
really
use the
little.
hashtag Dumb Debates. Send it to us in the JTech Instruction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620, or send us an email if you prefer that. Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, and we will take up the issue.
Yes, we will.
Here.
What we do.
But
you want to start with others first?
Well, I wanted to start with this one because
Okay.
we have failed to mention the passing of Val Kilmer.
Well, I mean, we mentioned him in the
Yeah, but
crossover.
not in the formal
Yes,
drum.
yes.
Best Val Kilmer role or movie.
I have a very limited scope here.
That's fine.
Prince of Egypt is great.
Never heard of it.
It's
off to a great start.
The same
That's
guys.
all right.
It's the same guys who did Road to El Dorado. They also did Prince of Egypt, which is the story of
okay.
Moses, but kicks ass.
Okay.
You can't say kicks ass about a religious movie, Nick.
Ass is in the Bible.
Unreal. It's about a donkey. I'm like Nick. I haven't seen a ton of Val Kilmer stuff.
Was he in Top Gun?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He was in Top Gun Maverick. He couldn't speak anymore by
That's
that point,
right.
though. Yeah. And that was a very sad, emotional scene. So I'll go Heat. Heat is my movie.
The thing about Val Kilmer was he could do the serious role. He could play the smug, arrogant, you know what, like he did in Top Gun. He always had kind of a attitude about him in all of his characters. One of my favorite movies from the 80s was Real Genius.
I don't know if I've ever seen Real Genius before.
It is a movie definitely of its time. It's
Yeah?
basically about a bunch of ultra smart nerds who are tasked to do a project at a university, and it's eventually to build a laser, and then they find out that it's being co-opted by the military.
Did he understand how to build a laser after he acted in that role?
Yes, he did.
Nice, Nick. Good callback.
It's a callback to the crossover.
He did, but it was a funny movie. Definitely a movie of the 80s. That was good.
Text on the 402. He stole the show in Tombstone. Did we do that in the movie club?
We haven't, and you know what? And
I bet that'll be streaming soon.
Some people will be chastising.
Oh,
I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
You know, I don't know if I have either. So I got a text today from a friend in a group text, which I know you love. And he asked, like, I'm thinking about showing it to my kids, but I don't know if they are too young to have seen it. And the response from another friend was, I've actually never seen it. And if I have me now speaking, I don't remember if I have. Maybe we do need to do it. It's on Hulu. Do you have Hulu? Do we have Hulu?
Yeah. My dad went through a phase when I was a kid where he was just into Westerns for a hot minute. And Tombstone was one of those. I remember bits and pieces, but I don't know what I wasn't paying attention.
Well, maybe it's going to be my pick. Maybe I'll pick it for next week.
The problem with Tombstone for me is it came out around the same time.
I just looked it up. December 25th, 1993. Christmas Day.
It came out roughly in the same time period, or maybe it was a little bit earlier, than Wyatt Earp, the Kevin Costner movie. And I saw that one.
So you were like, I'm good.
And I was like, I've already seen a movie. And this was a broader story about the Earp family, who, of course, were at the center of the shootout at the OK Corral. And so I didn't feel like I needed to see it because it felt like it was covering the same ground.
All right. You know what? I think I'm going to pick it then. Maybe we'll do it next week. So we're all over the place with our answers. Peter writes, what street number is the official start of West Omaha? This is a moving target over the years.
Ooh.
You know, obviously there's like the kind of jokey thing in Blackstone where it's like West Omaha circa 1913 or whatever it says.
144th.
Interesting.
No, 132nd.
That far?
132nd is where West Omaha starts for me now, I think.
Yeah, my first thought was going to be 120th, but
120th doesn't. It seems,
see, I know because Burke is at 120th, and I don't think Burke is West Omaha.
You don't think Burke is West Omaha? That is insane.
Not anymore.
Not
John.
anymore.
Omaha Burke used to be on the edge of freaking town next to
and
Boys
now
Town.
it's not. The goalposts have moved.
Yeah, honestly, Nick, I think your first street was the correct one. I think I'd go with 144th.
144th seems too far to me.
If I lived at 132nd and Maple, I would not say I live in West Omaha.
No?
No.
There's some nice. I based it off of how nice and big the houses look. And
What would you classify that as?
I don't know, Omaha. I wouldn't say West Omaha. I'd just say I'd say I live west of. Honestly, I'd just say I live off of whatever. I
mean, at this point, you might as well just say West Omaha is Elkhorn.
Pretty close. Wow, Adam goes old school. 102nd Street, Westroads Mall. Not anymore. That's Central Omaha now.
That would have been my original answer, but I've lived past that, and I definitely where my apartment was. It was not West
Baymon
Omaha.
says 144th maybe, but for me, 156th.
I mean, geographically, yeah, West Roads is really central.
My old apartment was off of 156th, and I would always say that was West Omaha.
Yeah.
But if I lived off of 132nd,
Interesting
I would
that
not say
at
West.
least on the Google map, West Omaha, it's like a subdivision or whatever. It's got a West Omaha label, and it is at 144th.
Oh,
there you go. Wow. I think that's the answer.
So 144th is the dividing line to West Omaha.
When you were growing up, what was West Omaha?
Like I said, Boys Town.
Boys Town. And so what's that, 100?
It's like 102nd-ish.
102nd Street. That's kind of West Roads-ish.
Well, Boys Town is between 132nd and 144th.
Oh,
Adam does point out, he says, Omaha goes to 204th Street in Elkhorn. Midway Point is West Roads. See, but I know that technically that's Elkhorn. I just consider that a continuation of West Omaha way out there. And so it's less about the true dividing line, and it's more about an idea. And I mean, what Nick said is definitely how a lot of people view it. For the longest time, and I'm sure it's still there, West Omaha meant a certain type of home.
Yeah.
But now if you're putting in apartments out there, and,
I would say, you know, West Roads, obviously, that it's in the name when it was built, I think in the 60s. That was truly West Omaha.
I didn't think there was any. If it was built in the 60s in Omaha, it feels like it was built in a field in the middle of nowhere.
By the way, we got a picture of the accident and what's going on. And it is indeed on the overpass, Nick. So it's where 114th. Yikes, that looks like hell. So drive safe, everybody.
Yep.
Eastbound.
I think I would agree. I think it's about 144th is kind of where you now officially cross into West Omaha.
Aaron says everything past the interstate, so he's going further east than we are.
It does feel like a natural barrier once you get past the 93rd and Dodge stoplight. That does kind of feel like a natural welcome to West Omaha.
Well, remember when we did, there was that dumb debates question that we did, which was, what is the most annoying stoplight in Omaha? And Nick nailed it. It is the 93rd Street one, because you're like, I'm about there, I can go fast, and then you have to stop. It sucks.
Right.
Yeah.
I have another quick one if we want to.
Go ahead.
So the caller we had earlier who said his brother-in-law's brother works for the A's.
Yeah.
Would that not just be his brother-in-law? Is your brother-in-law only...
It's only yours.
It's only... So, you have a wife.
Yeah.
And your wife has two brothers.
My wife has two sisters.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Are they both your sister-in-law?
Both of the sisters?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this guy's brother, his brother-in-law, his brother would just be his... So he could have just said my brother-in-law. He didn't have to say my brother-in-law's brother.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Yes. A brother-in-law's brother is your other brother-in-law.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Unless he was saying it in a weird way. Yeah, that's your brother-in-law's brother is your other brother-in-law.
Sure.
Yes, I have two sisters. Now, do I have two sisters-in-law or sister-in-laws?
I think it's sisters-in-law.
It'd be sisters-in-law.
That sounds stupid. I don't say that. I don't like to use the plural.
Oh, you're calling your sisters-in-law stupid?
No, they're very good women. I just don't like saying sisters-in-law.
They're very good women. Good for women is what Josh
they're
is
not.
saying.
They're great women. Big fans. They helped us move. They're awesome people. One more before we get to John.
Sure.
Sean says, would you rather only take a bath for the rest of your life indoors? John says, sign me up. Or rather take only a shower for the rest of your life, but the shower has to be outdoors in the open. No one will see you outside, so you won't get arrested or worry about shrinkage. The worry about shrinkage is that people sing it. There will be shrinkage in the wintertime.
Yeah, there's going to be shrinkage.
No, I absolutely do not want to take a shower outdoors, because if the weather sucks.
But a bath, man?
That's better than taking a shower outside every day for the rest of your life.
Oh, man, a bath.
Imagine going out in sub-zero weather.
I don't like...
First of all, you'd have to keep the faucet running or else the water would freeze. And at some point. Yeah,
but
no
dude,
way.
A bath every day.
Been there, done that.
I know you have, but I haven't. I'm a 36-year-old. I haven't taken a bath in years.
Well, then I'll tell you what.
It's time to learn bath, brother.
Not only were we moving your sink out into the bedroom, we're moving your shower outdoors.
I think I'm going to pick the shower.
You're crazy.
I think I'm picking the shower.
You are crazy.
I just want to take a shower.
What if you want to take a shower and there's a thunderstorm going on?
I want to take a shower and there's a thunderstorm going on. I'll deal with it. I'm not afraid to.
What if it's snowing? Again, sub-zero temperatures.
That kind of sounds fun.
No, it does not sound fun. It sounds miserable.
There's a roof. There's going to be a roof over it. It has to have the water.
No. You don't need a roof no.
Okay.
Haven't you seen like the showers at the on one of the recent Gemstones episodes? Eli's out there taking a shower.
That's true. I guess there's not
on
a
the
roof.
boat dock.
Yeah,
There's no roof. There's no roof.
I think I'd probably take an outside
There's
shower.
no John Higgins rooferees working on that shower.
We got to diving more into the brother-in-law thing, and it's hurting my brain. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna try
there's a lot of texts coming in about this, Nick.
You have your wife, and your wife has a brother.
Yeah.
That's your brother-in-law.
Yeah.
And your wife also has a sister.
Yeah.
And that sister is married to a dude.
Yeah.
Is that dude also your brother-in-law?
I think so, yes.
I think so, too.
So one of my sisters-in-law has a husband.
So he would be your
He's my brother-in-law, right? That's my brother-in-law. Or is it a brother-in-law once removed?
Is his sibling also your...
That'd be a brother-in-law.
Yeah, Cody says, not true. His sister's husband has a brother, so that would be your brother-in-law's brother. Your sister's husband has a brother.
This sounds like a riddle.
It does.
This is breaking my brain.
All right, let's get to John's instead of
John,
hurting
go
our
ahead.
heads.
So we were at the dinner table.
Eating dinner.
And Sam, who has a new job, he works overnights. The question was asked at the dinner table.
I'm excited.
When he works next. And the answer was 1:00 tomorrow morning. We're at dinner. It's like 5:30, 6
So real
o'clock.
quick, just to pretend that you and I are having this discussion, it would be Thursday morning at 1:00.
Well, this was Sunday. He was working at 1:00
on Monday.
Monday.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand when the time.
He said, I'm working tomorrow. Well, he didn't even say the time specifically. He just said tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And then we found out it was 1:00.
1:00.
To which I said,
that's
because I'd also said, oh, you mean you're working tonight? And my wife chimed in and said, no, he's working tomorrow morning at 1 a.m. I said, no, yes, that's technically true, but really he's working tonight at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
And so Christian and I were on team it's tonight. And Sam and my wife were on, no, it's 1 a.m. tomorrow morning, which again,
she is technically correct.
Is correct.
But who refers to it that way is what you're asking.
Right. When we're sitting there, because it's easier to identify, the sun goes down. It stays down until 5:30, 6 o'clock the next morning.
Correct, yeah.
When for most of us, the morning begins.
Yes.
To me, it's an easier point of reference than saying I'm working tomorrow morning at 1 a.m. If you're at the dinner table at 6 o'clock at night and you know when night falls, before the next sunrise, he's going to work.
It's still night.
To me, it was, you're going to work tonight at 1 a.m.
I think this might be a matter of perspective. Did he go to sleep between dinner and going to work?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people, me included, the second I wake up, it's tomorrow, right? Even if it's tonight.
Sure.
But you're not going to go to sleep and wake up at 1.
Sure.
You're still probably awake at 1
Right.
sometimes. So that's why I think it's different for him, because he's
But
going
then how
to
does
sleep
that
and then waking
explain
up and
my
it's the next
wife?
morning.
How does that explain my wife?
Well, she's smart and right.
John, I'm on your side here.
I'm on your wife's and son's side.
See, and I think the way that I would defend my point of view is, you ever stay up late, it's only midnight, and if you're like, what do you have going on tomorrow? You would never, and then you correct yourself, haha, I actually mean today. But you always refer to it, no matter what time it is, as tomorrow.
Because you haven't gone to sleep yet. Sleeping is what resets it for you.
But what about his wife, though?
Yeah, my wife went to bed at the same time she always goes to bed.
Yeah, I think it becomes tomorrow at like 4 a.m., or tomorrow morning at like 4 a.m. I think that's kind of the dividing line.
To me, it becomes, going back to Nick's point, it really becomes tomorrow when you wake up.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wake up at 4, but for most people, because most people do not work overnights, the next day really begins at sunrise, right?
Yeah. Well, Dave, if I'd ask a question that I know you can answer, when Jack Mitchell gets up for work, does he get up in the morning or in the night? See, but again, that's like if you go by the 4 a.m. kind of dividing line, or just the sleep dividing line, then it's always the morning.
Yeah, by the sleep dividing line.
Yeah,
it was, I got to get up tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
early tomorrow morning.
How about this? They call it working overnights. They don't call it working over mornings.
That's right. Great point.
They call it working overnight. It's an overnight job.
You should have been at dinner. You could have had delicious turkey like the rest of us.
Oh, I'm happy I did. Oh, that was your Thanksgiving.
That was our
feast.
Thanksgiving in April.
1 a.m.
March.
does feel like a weird time to start a shift, though, because an overnight shift.
I
I think of starting at like 11 p.m.
I had a friend who worked a 1-to-1 shift,
but he works with the post office, and his shifts usually begin.
God, I would love a job at the post office. That would be nice.
He usually begins around 1 o'clock.
Probably cutting those jobs, Nick.
But it
said would.
It turned into a real fight to the point where Christian almost left the table because he was getting so mad.
That's
because at one point,
your son.
At some point, Sam was interrupting him. He's like, "Why don't you ever let me finish?" He's just like,
"That's hilarious,
incredible."
Got a knockdown, drag out over what time?
Over what time it is. So you two are split.
Yep,
I'm on your side.
See, because again, I think Nick's point of reference is really apt.
Sleeping.
Because for my son, to him, because he went to bed probably within an hour after we finished dinner. So he was in bed by probably 7 and slept until midnight-ish and then got up and went to work. And so for him, he got up at 1 a.m. He got up at 1 o'clock the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
But for myself, my son, my wife, we went to bed at, usual bedtime. Well, probably not Christian. He probably stayed up until 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
But to us, it's still evening, and the morning doesn't begin until you get up the next day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right. I think we figured it out. But again, the overnights, it is a nice little wrinkle to this discussion.
Yes, it is.
I can't wait for you to bring this to the family.
I'm going to.
As a reminder, family.
Because we talk about Sam working overnights, not about over mornings.
How's he doing that? How's that going for
He's
his,
actually doing very well.
That's good. Good for him.
A lot of people love night shifts. I couldn't do it.
He's doing very well.
I did a night shift in high school.
Surprises the crap out of me.
I did one night where we were doing a project at Home Depot or something, and they asked for volunteers, like, oh, just work overnight and then you don't have to work the next day. I'm like, cool, I'll do that. I wanted to die.
Yeah, it's
It
horrible.
hit 2:30 in the morning, and I'm like, I can't do this.
I did it in the summer and when I was in high school, so I could sleep in until whenever, and I was able to, like, physically, I was able to sleep in until whatever, and I still couldn't stand it. It was horrible.
It's the worst.
There's something about being up all day and just knowing, like, I still have to go to work at whatever time, and it's just kind of crippling in a way. You're just like there's a positive of kind of waking up and just diving right. At least that I enjoy about my day. It's like I just begin working and it just kind of flows, and then my day is done.
Like, stores aren't open 24 hours anymore thanks to COVID, so you can't even do shopping or whatever at a normal time.
Stores aren't open 24 hours anymore.
Also, I wouldn't know when to go
Thanks
to
a lot,
bed.
Bin Laden.
Like, I'd get home at what times do you get home? 7, 8, 9?
Between 8, 9.
Yeah, so I wouldn't know what to do, because on a normal day, I'd get home at 6:30.
Yeah, it's like, do you stay up or do you go to bed?
Like, I know a bedtime, but then it's daytime outside. When do I wake up?
Plus, then the whole family feels like they have to be quiet.
But then if you you usually work 5 days a week, what do you do on your weekends?
Exactly. Do you go to a normal sleep schedule, or are you still doing a weird sleep schedule? Because you'd figure you'd have to do the weird one because you don't want to totally toast yourself for Monday.
Exactly.
I always think about that with, like, the guys on the morning show. Like, does it get to Friday night and Matt and Gary are like, sweet, I can finally stay up because I don't have to get up really early? Or do they not do that because it would destroy them going into Monday morning?
See, that's what always killed me when I worked mornings with Jack.
Yeah.
Was I went back to, usual stay up late Friday, stay up late Saturday. And then by Sunday, you're like,
yeah.
You're miserable.
Yeah, because, like, on a Friday, it almost feels like you have a 3-day weekend. But on a Sunday, you're like, crap. It's back at the grind.
A buddy of mine works overnight shifts, and I think he sleeps in. Shut up. I think he sleeps in, like, Friday, and then I think he tries to go to a normal schedule for, like, Saturday.
Yeah, that'd probably be the way that I would try
I think he
to
just
do it.
does one day where it's just a normal.
Like, let's try to be normal today.
Yeah.
But your body clock is toast.
Yeah.
I can't sleep in. I slept until 8, I think, on Saturday, and it was like, whoa, I couldn't believe it. I was like, 8 o'clock. That's been one of the weird silver linings of my training not being able to be as high as normal, as I haven't been getting up as early as I normally do, because I'm not running as much mileage.
I slept until 10 a couple weeks ago, but that's only because I stayed up until 2 to watch the Formula 1 race that ended at 4.
Yeah, that's normal 8 hours. Wait, you stayed up till 2 that ended at 4? So you stayed up till 4, though?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You didn't stay up till 2.
Stayed up till 4 o'clock at night.
Yeah, and then you woke up at 10. Yeah,
I stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning, because 4 o'clock at night, that's
4 o'clock in the morning. Yes, that is the morning. 4 o'clock is the morning.
4 o'clock at night is like an hour and 14 minutes ago. Yeah.
Nice.
Math.
See, kids, that's how it works, because sometimes you just have dumb debates.
It's all a construct.
You bring it to us, we'll take care of the rest. We didn't really take care of anything because these two were split.
That's true. But I'm on your side, John, so we won.
And I'm on your wife's side.
Jordan writes,
She'll be very happy to hear that.
Someone who works 4 a.m. 5 days a week, I usually stay up late and sleep in a couple hours Friday and Saturday night. Not too messed up for Monday. Good for you, Jordan. But he does add it messes, or a different Jordan says it messes with your circadian rhythm.
Yes.
Definitely does.
Which is the same thing that happens with the
Indeed it does.
change.
Indeed it does.
There you go. Dumb debates for this week. Keep sending in those dumb debates. We could always use more.
Get to them next week.
Always use more. We save them up. So send them in. JTech Construction's own Twitter page. Use the hashtag dumb debates. At USC 1620 is our address. Or email your dumb debates. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. It's the Equitable Bank inbox. Coming up next, it probably would have been easier for Matt Rule to tell us which of the ideas he didn't like, because he liked a lot of them.
He loved them, John.
And I wonder if there were a couple that he liked that I raised my eyebrows, and there were a couple he didn't like.
Same.
Then there were a couple that he liked that you're like, yeah, you do.
Cubs are still up 10-2. God, we're good. We're going to be over 500. Well, we already were over 500 because those games in Japan didn't count.
Right.
Didn't count.
Right.
1620 the zone.
Who sings it, Josh?
Oh man, can't remember.
It's Anne Boleyn.
Anne Boleyn.
They have a new lead singer now. It's the guy who was the lead singer of Memphis Mayfire.
Don't know who that is.
Because this guy singing
English,
right now,
please.
Did he die?
Wanted to focus on religion and his kids.
Well, I was gonna say they were a Christian rock band.
Yeah, I always forget that.
I still wonder
People forget.
what is more unusual. The ideas that were spitballed by Nebraska athletics to try to come up with a way to replace the spring game, or the fact that Richard Johnson of CBS Sports, friend of the Grum, executed a FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, to get this information.
Hey, we're all looking for off-season football content.
All of us.
Well,
all of us.
Well, I guess all of us that are still living, yes.
Yes, that's true. And so it's a fun idea. It's a fun, cool idea. If we could just FOIA people, I would FOIA stuff. I would FOIA to find out about did anyone ever FOIA to find out about Nebraska and Oklahoma? Did anyone ever do that? Like, that would have been one of the areas to do it for.
Yesterday, I think you mentioned, or Stibbs, somebody mentioned burning a FOIA. Do you only get a certain amount of FOIAs that you can use?
No, it's the amount of money that you have, because FOIAs cost money.
Yeah, you gotta pay.
Wow, that is a very American thing. You can find this out for money.
That's true.
Well, these were among the ideas that were proposed, and as part of Richard Johnson's story and part of the Freedom of Information Act was they had access to the other communications that were taking place in conjunction with this, which included, I believe it was his email, right? Matt Rule's email?
Well, he responded.
Yeah, so it was either email or a text or...
Yeah, so he reached out to a Nebraska administrator via text message at the beginning of February asking what they would replace the spring game with. The response was a shrug emoji. Then they sent these emails, and this was Brandon Meyer, the associate AD, who sent it to multiple administrators, 30 ideas, and Matt Rule then, he didn't respond to CBS, but he responded to this email thread about it.
Correct.
Yeah.
So here were the ideas that Matt Rule liked. There were 30 of them.
And actually, it's funny. There were 30 non-football ideas.
Yeah, these
the
are just the
ones
non-football.
were the most... and Sibbs and I talked about this yesterday. The football ideas were basically Pro Bowl adjacent. Open practice with a scrimmage, 7-on-7 flag, or skills competition. Yeah, throw that off to the side.
These are the non-football related ones, or at least the non-football team related ones from the sense of having a practice.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that he liked, Matt Rule likes dodgeball.
Makes sense, right?
He liked the youth punt, pass, and kick competition.
Gross.
So weird.
He liked the idea of having John Cook do a rodeo roping exhibition.
That is just insane.
Very odd.
You think John Cook is like, hey guys, what if we did this?
I bet he bet for it.
He liked... There was an idea of soccer field goals versus football penalty kicks.
So the football players would do penalty kicks
and
the soccer players would do the field goals. I actually think that's kind of funny, to see basically which sport is better at doing the other.
That shouldn't be a whole event, though. That would take, 5 minutes?
Yeah, you would hope to not do that for 2 hours. That'd be miserable. All right, time for kick number 80.
Matt Rule liked the idea of a concert.
Sure.
Scotty McCreery, welcome back.
That's an easy way to make some money.
Yeah.
Morgan Wallen, welcome back.
There you go.
He also liked the idea of the Husker garage sale.
Which they are doing.
Are
they doing it in the concourse? Because that's what the idea was.
I don't know where they're doing it exactly.
Okay.
The things he didn't like include alumni flag football.
Fair, dumb.
Sand volleyball between the Huskers and the football alumni.
Yeah, no thank you.
He didn't like the BMX bike exhibition, so he's out on the bikers.
He should revisit that because that could be fun.
He was also out on the tours of the Osborne complex, which was one of the things that they are doing.
They are indeed doing that.
So apparently Matt Rule didn't want people snooping around his office, which I'm guessing is probably off limits.
They're going to see the TikTok studio and be like, oh, so you can do TikTok.
More ideas that Matt Rule liked. He liked the coach's autograph session.
Sure.
A sorority tug of war.
I'm sure he would.
Bonk, Matt Rule, bonk.
Bonk.
Was it a wet t-shirt tug of war?
Bonk, 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 John.
Bonk.
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 Fastest student on campus race.
I love this idea. That is a fun one. Bring in the non-athletes and do
The
a
idea
race.
is to bring people here. It's it's running. People are bored
People
unless
love
they're running to the
100-yard
end zone.
John, they love 100-yard
I feel
dashes.
like all the students who want to participate in this are going to be a bunch of weirdos, though. Because then they can be like, yeah,
saying runners
I'm
are
the
weird.
I'm the fastest runner. I'm the fastest student.
Runners are
who goes
very
to
normal,
Nebraska."
Nick. We're very normal.
He liked the barbecue competition.
That makes
Sure.
sense.
I
He
don't know
seems like
how
a
that would-
barbecue guy.
I don't know how that would have worked.
I don't either. He liked the demolition derby.
Hell yeah, he did.
Yeah, this was the time where they put in the parentheses, the one time we could damage the turf. A lot of these ideas are based off the fact that they're going to replace the turf, as we will see on the next slide.
I mean, if they're going to send off the turf, why not do it in an insane way?
Well, that's where the BMX bike competition kind of goes back to being in vogue.
He liked go-kart races.
Again, you can
Also
destroy the
great
turf.
idea.
Yeah.
He liked the giveaway of a free car or truck. Who doesn't like a good giveaway? He could have played game show host.
Toasters.
Ones he didn't like.
Yeah.
Didn't like the world's largest tunnel walk into the stadium.
That kind of surprises me that he didn't like that.
It's corny enough to seem like something he would be
You
into.
love setting records. Guinness could show up. Husker fans would be really in on that idea.
That'd be the second world record at Memorial because Volleyball Day was a record, wasn't it?
And while
Wasn't
Matt Rule liked the idea of a demo derby on the field, he didn't like the idea of the fans coming down and cutting a piece of the turf for their own
Because
amusement.
that's the most lame way to get rid of the turf.
Well, and we talked about yesterday. Does that mean the fans have to bring their own knives? Bring your knife day.
Well, what
you get a Herbie box cutter.
what they will probably do is sell pieces of the turf. Though I wonder how many people would actually, because I remember they did a similar
My
thing
parents got it.
when they replaced the turf back in the 90s.
Or maybe they'd have
And that was a turf that actually saw winning games.
maybe they'd have people set up with like folding tables and they have like 2 safety knives and like, okay, go behind
That
us.
sounds terrible.
Get a patch.
That's
Matt
boring.
Rule also out. He's in on demo derbies, but out on tractor pulls.
It's not very Nebraskan or Iowan at all.
People forget they used to have tractor pulls all the time at the state fair.
We had to explain to Josh what a tractor pull was yesterday.
The final page, ideas approved by Matt Rule, food trucks.
Tracks.
They're doing food trucks.
Sure.
Using half the field for the fan festival while practice is going on.
Terrible. I hate that idea.
Look out for that ball.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
He liked the idea of a dunk tank.
Oh, yeah, there was a world yesterday that who built? That Stibbs built or you
Stibbs built.
Where Tom Osborne is the dunker and dies. So that could have happened. Because he's old and frail.
Matt Rule, I think
It's water.
Water's killed people.
I
John.
think Matt Rule
There's no
approved.
sharks into water.
There could
Drown,
be.
John. And he's old.
Tom Osborne can swim.
He could. Can he now? I'm asking. I don't know.
I feel like Matt Rule approved the dunk tank because in his mind he's the one getting dunked because that seems like the kind of goofy, wacky. Want to dunk me in the dunk tank? That seems very on brand.
Not surprising, Matt Rule, who has leaned very hard into welcoming back anything and everything that is Husker football. He was in on the Bo Pelini welcome back.
Too bad Bo Pelini would never be caught dead inside a Memorial Stadium.
No.
Unless he's the one
He
in the dunk
says,
tank.
Mary Pat, if you bring me back there in my corpse, I will haunt you from the grave.
I figured it out. So Rule wants the dunk tank and Pelini to come back. He's going to put Pelini in the dunk tank and then put sharks in it.
Jordan says the shock of going into the water would probably stop his heart. Talking about Tom.
Matt Rule liked the idea of bringing in a field-size flag and a live eagle.
This is rock, flag, and eagle.
This is rock flag. You can bring back Callahan's rock.
Yep.
There's the big flag.
And
there's
an
the eagle.
I like that they specified live eagle.
Of course, yes. You don't want a dead eagle.
Here's a taxidermied eagle.
Mm-hmm.
One of the other ideas Matt Rule approved of involve the National Guard or military in some kind of game, event, or competition.
Support the troops.
Got to support the troops, John. It's the Troop Bowl.
And finally, Matt Rule liked the idea of inviting President T.
Nasty. John doesn't think that this is allowed. Have you turned your over a new leaf?
I was just openly. I mean, I was openly questioning. I don't know. I guess.
Why would now look? I think
it does. It's neither here nor
Trump
there.
would love to see a fan, a stadium of adoring fans, but the idea of him going to a spring game, just can't imagine him saying yes to a spring game.
Well, but remember, they're not doing a spring game.
You're right, John. I can't imagine him saying yes to a Husker games.
See, if you're gonna,
best Husker games anyone's ever seen.
If the president were invited here,
yeah,
he wouldn't just walk around and shop at the
they're doing
food
a dunk
trucks.
tank. Don't die, sir.
He would probably do a speech.
He would do a speech.
He would do a rally.
Yeah.
I mean, not every.
Kind of, honestly, in all seriousness, I'm a little
On half
surprised
the field.
that Rule gave that one a check. I figured he'd want to stay away from politics.
Well, he'd do a rally on half the field because the other half is going to be for practice.
It's going to be the spring game, yes. good
Well,
call.
remember, Rule is from a swing state.
He is. That's true.
Well,
He's
he
from
went to
Pennsylvania.
college. He went to college in a swing state. He's from New York originally.
That's true. Yeah. So yeah, he went to college in a swing state.
So the other ideas he didn't like the pancake feed.
He doesn't want to feed people.
He didn't like the media celebrity flag football game.
Even though he brought it up.
Why are there so many flag football ideas?
Well, because it's not a real game.
And he didn't like the bring back the end with script Huskers. So in other words, the chicken scratch logo. Matt Rule wins the day with that one.
Matt Rule,
Bad take, Matt.
Trev Alberts, handshake me.
Terrible logo.
Christian writes, dumb debates. At what age do you have to be for a radio host to talk about a dunk tank stopping your heart? I think you hit 80, and I'm worried.
Yeah.
You hit 80. John goes in a dunk tank, he'll be fine. Rule, fine. Tom, I'm a little scared.
I'm going to say 65, depending on your medical history.
My grandpa's 77. You
I
said he can't handle a dunk tank?
I said depending on medical
Unreal.
history.
Grandpa, I believe in you. You'll be just fine in the dunk tank.
Older people have frail hearts. It happens.
Unreal.
So there it is. The ideas that were approved and not approved by the head coach. Now, of course, that didn't mean, obviously there were a couple that he didn't approve of
That they
that
were
are going to
doing.
be doing, and there were a couple that he liked that aren't going to.
Rule in Nebraska on the rocks? Maybe that's our topic
Because
for tomorrow.
Nebraska doesn't want to do a sorority tug of war.
No, it's because they are going forward with ideas he didn't like the garage sale and the other one.
The tour of the facility.
Yeah, the tour of the facility. He didn't like those, and they're doing them. Interesting. Very interesting.
He doesn't want people like who's the guy Central Michigan with the sign stealing? He didn't want sign stealer
Connor
guys.
Stallions?
Yeah, he doesn't want a Stallions to come in and look at the facilities and glean information.
Take pictures. Well, that'll be happening.
Well, don't put any of your film up on the.
Don't do that.
Don't put any of the X's O's up on the whiteboard.
No, please don't.
Coming up next, it is content time. There was some big points dropping in the NBA.
Oh,
the torpedo bat is a thing.
Oh yeah,
yeah, it is.
And Josh is just dying to break down the crown.
Yeah, definitely.
How'd you feel about how they portrayed Prince Philip?
Get your hand off the mouse. John, move it. Move the mouse. Move the mouse.
Yeah, I got to move that mouse. 1620 The Zone giving away a 4-pack of Supernovas tickets to this Saturday's match against Orlando. I just saw a release.
Well, listen to our show tomorrow for a chance to win.
I just saw a release. Now, that's not for this game, so I won't confuse the two. But it's this Saturday's game, 6:00 against the Orlando, named after a Tom Cruise movie.
Valkyrie. One of the cooler names in pro volleyball.
And apparently we are giving away tickets tomorrow.
Wow, that's awesome.
You and I and him, the guy who's about to press F9, because I'm moving the mouse on him.
Excellent.
So be listening for your chance to win Nova's tickets on 1620 the F9.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, it is time for some content.
The T-Wolves, that's Timberwolves,
Excellent work, Nick.
spoiled the third 60-point triple-double in NBA history last night when they best Jokic. I always struggle with his name.
Yeah.
And the Nuggets 140-139 in double overtime. Minnesota is currently the 7th seed, a.k.a. a play-in team, a.k.a. not as good as, the 4 seed in the West currently.
Oh, excellent research there, Nick.
Anyway, do we need to be on the lookout for Minnesota going on another run this spring?
Well, sure, because they actually are playoff proven, unlike maybe that, 4th team in the West right now.
You mean the team that has the guy who carried a mid-franchise to the NBA Finals last year and also the second best player of all time? Yeah, John, you bring up great points.
9 years ago. 9 years ago.
Well, he took them to the finals, the Lakers, in 5 years ago. So
yeah, but
they won the title.
But the COVID year doesn't count.
Oh, interesting. Very fascinating. The answer to this question is no. I'm not going to be buying into them in the West. I like the Thunder more. I like the Warriors more. I like the Lakers more. I like the Nuggets more. So no. No. The answer to this is no.
No.
Yeah, it's no.
No.
Go Lakers, Nick.
Nope. Meanwhile, Steph Curry dropped 52 in another Warriors win, pushing them to 7-3 in their last 10 and a half game clear of the play-in. How many teams in the West can win the conference?
I guess I kind of just answered it. I think the answer is, Thunder, Nugs, Lakers, Warriors. 4. I think it's 4. Though, there's this growing Clippers hive out there because they have Kawhi Leonard, and he's been playing better. But, do you buy Kawhi Leonard to be healthy all the time? I certainly don't. They're 8-2 in their last 10, though. But, no, I think it's 4.
Yeah, and they're in the play-in game right now, or a play-in game.
They are in. They are a team that would play in.
Would I be crazy if I only said one?
You're just saying the Thunder? Yeah, that'd be nuts. It's a young team. They haven't done it yet. No offense, Jake.
Yeah, but they're 63-12, man. They are kicking
Playoffs are a different beast.
Ass. I can trust the Nuggets because they've been there, done that.
Sure.
That's about it.
Wow, that's about it. Not the Lakers, not the Warriors.
No, in all seriousness, no. I don't trust the Lakers.
If you want to be wrong, that's fine.
I don't trust the Lakers.
Okay.
Why would I?
Because they have Luka Doncic and LeBron James.
And LeBron ain't the same LeBron.
Have you, John, do you know ball? Do you know what's going on with the Lakers right now? Do you know what LeBron's doing this year?
They're 17 games out of first place, and they're only 2.5 games above the play-in cup.
Yeah, but what are they above or below the 2 seed? Like a game and a half?
Well, again, that's because the West has been.
Yeah.
That's Bronny. Is Bronny still in G League hell?
No,
none of this matters.
He's doing a good job.
Because we all know that the best basketball is played in the East.
Never.
Specifically in the hub, Boston, Massachusetts. Home of the hottest team in basketball. Your Boston Celtics, and still your Boston Celtics. They're 9-1.
John Bishop
man.
once again anti-endorsing Doug McDermott.
Wow, tough look. Pro slur though.
Take that back.
Slur.
Oklahoma City's won 10 straight, but Boston 9-1 in a superior conference.
Yeah, superior my ass.
Some people, including Ghost Stibs, Zombie Stibs, are asking if Major League Baseball will ban the new bowling pin bats. Mike Barron said no. Josh agreed. John, what's your take on the torpedo bats?
No, they will not. They will not.
Why is everyone so afraid of them why would they ban them?
Well, because they're different.
Because the Yankees happen to do really well against a really bad Brewers pitcher, everybody's crying.
Here's my thing, though. Can you make a change to the rule book midstream? They're legal. They are legal right now. According to the Major League Baseball rule book, they are legal.
Mm-hmm.
So if there was going to be a ban, it won't be until next year. And then does the Players Association get involved at some point?
Why would they ban? I just don't understand why they would ban it.
Yeah, I think people are overreacting way too much to what happened last weekend. Let's see what happens.
It's a long season. Farron said he doesn't think this will even be a story in May, and I tend to agree with him. We always overreact to something in the first week.
Sure.
And then everyone else adapts.
Too early to tell.
It's way too early to tell.
Not to be me about this, but in Formula One, and I guess I don't know about NASCAR, there are rule changes mid-season that people have to comply
Well,
with.
they are, and
I don't like rule changes in season, Nick.
And a lot of that is because they're trying to force competition.
Yeah.
Or, if someone's got too much of an advantage. NASCAR's been better at not doing that. But it used to happen a lot.
NASCAR? We're talking about baseball, you dorks.
If like car had like an aerodynamic advantage, all of a sudden they would try to even the field, and it got really freaking annoying.
That's stupid. We're
really freaking annoying.
We're finally talking about baseball, Nick, and then you want to make us talk Formula One. Won't you ever be happy?
Not until we can talk baseball and Formula One exclusively.
That sounds like the worst timeline to ever live in.
And football only during football season.
God, you hater.
Meanwhile, one of the earliest proponents of the torpedo bats is still on the shelf. Remember Giancarlo Stanton?
It's not his fault.
It's also not his real name. His first name isn't Giancarlo.
Wow, okay.
He has tennis elbow in both of his arms, and he isn't saying whether or not it was his use of the torpedo bat that caused it. Is it not the torpedo bat's fault?
So wait, he's blaming the bat?
No, he's not.
Don't put on the internet that the bat did it.
He's not saying whether or not it was the bat that did it. Probably because he doesn't know.
Okay.
But wouldn't that be the thing that killed the torpedo bat if they realized that
Stanton's
because of the
elbows?
weight distribution or something, it caused his elbows to get inflamed and irritated?
Ouch.
I don't think that's the case, but
Only injury I ever get with my elbow is when you bump it and the funny bone situation happens.
It's not funny at all.
No, it's not.
They should name it the pain bone.
They should name it the pain bone.
The tingly bone. The Padres are matching the Dodgers win for win, and now apparently big contract for big contract. San Diego extended outfielder Jackson Merrill to 9 years and $135 million. The 22-year-old wasn't eligible for arbitration until 2027. 5 Padres, that's 5 fathers, now have 9-figure contracts. Is this a smart move?
yeah, and I wish that a team that plays in a bigger market had the same philosophy. Talking about your Chicago National League ball club.
The White Sox.
Now, of course, the Cubs don't have as rich a talent pool as a Machado, a Tatis, a Bogarts, or in this case, Jackson Merrill. But I give credit to the Padres, man. They are trying everything they can to stay even in this arms race with the Los Angeles Dodgers. I don't know if it's going to work. It may end up with this owner having to sell the team at some point, but they're giving it the old college try. As much as I hate the Padres, and I hate the Dodgers. In fact, I hate everybody in the NL West. Screw the
You
NL
hate
West.
everybody.
Was it? Hey, the Rockies they're harmless, John. They're less than
What
harmless.
have the Rockies ever done to you?
Yeah.
They didn't even beat you in 07.
That was Rocktober, John.
Yeah, they didn't even ruin your life.
We got your bad table scraps. You should be thanking us.
Scraps. Sure, I'm okay with this move. Doesn't bother me. Good job, Padres.
Is it the Padres or the Giants that are in that weird ownership debacle? Is that still happening?
That was the Giants.
The Giants. It was one of the NL West teams.
Got to be your ball.
And no surprise, Shohei Ohtani's uniform sales are the best in baseball since the end of the World Series.
Hell
But
yeah.
check out how many of his teammates are in the top 20. Have the Dodgers become America's team?
So it's what? It's him number 1, Mookie number 2.
No, Freddie Freeman's number 2. Mookie's number 4.
Oh, my bad. I missed Freddie Freeman. Yeah.
Yamamoto is 10th. Clayton Kershaw's 11th.
Kershaw. And,
Kike is 16th.
Wow. They're very popular. They win games, John. See, kids, when they want jerseys, they want it of the winning teams. So, sure, they can be baseball's America's team. America's scheme, as you like to
I'm
call them.
kind of surprised that Juan Soto isn't at least second. I get why Ohtani's first, even though, God, everyone who likes the guy has got to have his jersey by now, right? But Juan Soto changing teams and the biggest market, the Mets, yet he's even behind Freddie Freeman.
Now, are they including Yankees Soto jersey sales as well as Mets Soto jersey sales?
I mean, these are from MLBshop.com. I guess they could still have Soto. I don't know why anyone would buy those.
Well, it's since the World Series. That was before we knew that Soto wasn't coming back, right?
Yeah, I guess that could count a little bit.
Keep in mind that the Yankees don't put names on the backs of their jerseys. Now, while the number is still identifiable with the player.
They still call it a Juan Soto jersey.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that this is only Juan Soto Mets jerseys. Otherwise, it would have identified Yankees/Mets.
Fair. Yesterday, ESPN announced it signed Peter Schrager.
Nailed it.
To a multi-year agreement. Is this a good get?
It's a good get for ESPN, but it sucks for those of us who don't like all the good talent being hoarded by one network. I've said this many times with ESPN and college football. It's not good for the sport if they are the biggest voice out there.
Thankfully with this, I mean, the NFL, there are a million different ways to take in the sport.
But it was nice to have, because Peter's he's very informed, he's entertaining.
He has a lot
but
of
let's
sources.
face it,
He's friends with Sean McVay.
it's a bigger platform on ESPN than it is on NFL Network.
I wonder, that's the thing. This is a bigger platform. I'm guessing he's going to get paid more money. How much of this, though, is all the stupid stuff that's happened with Good Morning Football, moving from East Coast to the West Coast because he's an East Coast guy. Him and I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now, but they were staying in New York during the season and then flying to LA occasionally. Like, the NFL's botching of all that, I have to imagine, ended up pushing Schrager out the door a little bit.
Schrager also was working with Fox.
Yes.
So,
go there on the weekends.
For ESPN, it's a good get. No question about it.
Yeah.
I'll be curious to know, though, how they utilize him.
Well, in the release, it talked about a lot of like the usual suspects, the NFL Lives of it all, the morning shows, Get Up, like that type of stuff, and then the Sunday countdowns. The guy's super plugged in. He'll be on podcasts and all sorts of things.
And finally, for the first time ever, Nebraska ball, not Nebraska ball.
Thank you, Nick.
Will meet Georgetown in the second round of The Crown. Who will prevail? Who will care?
I said it in my hot take market yesterday, John. Nebraska is going to win the crown because that's what would happen to this stupid program. So they will prevail tonight. Who will care? His name is Jack, and he joins us on Fridays. Also, I guess Robin now is going to be stuck in Vegas for another few days. So is he a winner or a loser if they continue to win? We win, John.
But if they lose tonight, would Robin come back tomorrow?
I would think so. I would hope he's not staying there for a week. That's way too long in Vegas.
Tell me about it.
Yeah,
3 days in Vegas is almost pushing my limit.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about it. Mm-hmm. Coming up next, what's for dinner? And I know what's for dinner.
As do I.
So we've got good new information, not rehashing last night's dinner.
Great work, everybody.
1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Tonight, I'm going to get my half tan, half white Saints jersey out and
munching
and start talking rock this boom 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 because tonight the wife is making a jambalaya.
Jambalaya,
It was in the
nice.
crock pot. It was cooking up. It had the andouille sausage. It had the Holy Trinity. Had the red bean. It looks like it's kind of a cross between a jambalaya and red beans and rice, but it was like
Nice.
a lot of.
This sounds
It
delicious.
looked really good. It
love
it
this.
smelled great.
Nice. Let me smell you. Tonight we're doing, it's like these ravioli things, and we're doing chicken and Alfredo sauce with them. So like a chicken ravioli something.
Last night, I've decided that there's something on the Taco Bell menu that I hate. It's the first time that's ever happened. It's like the Caliente Cantina chicken. It's not good.
Why isn't
it's
it
very
good?
bad. It's the sauce. The Caliente sauce, it's like sweet and bitter, and it's just, it's not the move.
What was it? The Caliente chicken quesadilla?
The Caliente, the quesadilla, the burrito, they've got a
See,
bunch
Taco Bell got too far away from just serving the Alpo that they've normally served.
No, it's like they went one step, like the normal Cantina, nice. The normal Cantina chicken stuff, very good, but they took it one step too far, and they're like, let's just put a bunch of this red Caliente sauce, and it's bad.
That's the thing right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just bad.
All right.
Tonight, no idea. Don't know.
Sad.
That is sad.
What are you having, Jake? Euros.
Not
Gyros,
gyros.
not gyros.
No,
Euros.
that's some good stuff right there.
Man, we've got quite the eclectic. We got a little.
All over
Got
the
some
place.
Cajun. We got Italian. We got
Well, nothing. Nick doesn't know what
Rice,
he's doing.
maybe.
Probably rice.
poor
Yeah.
man's food.
And then Greek.
I'm in money saving
Not
mode
gyros,
again.
euros.
Oh,
What happened?
I just got to save money.
Oh,
Times are lean.
Gonna buy another LA Knight T-shirt.
Nick, you need to do what John and I do. Side gig. It's time for the Nick Grimm side
I
gig.
got a couple side gigs.
Do you?
I got a side gig.
You have a side gig?
Yeah, I'm going to be there this weekend. Saturday and Sunday.
What's this weekend?
It's the Bellevue stuff.
Baseball's back. Baseball, Nick?
Baseball Nick.
Oh, baby.
Well, they started before everyone else.
Yeah, I know, but that was like, it seems like it was a month and a
Yeah,
half ago.
they weren't playing at home. They were playing in like Florida and
To be
everywhere
fair,
else.
it was weird that they played at home in February in Omaha.
I liked it.
You're about to do some more baseball with the same guy?
Yeah.
Nice. I wish you were doing that on weekdays so we could do cut-ins. Let's go to Bellevue, Omaha. Or Bellevue, Nebraska.
Bellevue, Omaha.
I mean, it basically is, right?
Don't let the
Well,
Bellevue people
suburb.
hear that.
Yeah.
They're going to get pissed.
Hey,
said it.
They got that Sarpy Douglas border protecting them from our evil takeover.
I guess that's true. True.
Elkhorn, you didn't have that. Gretna, you're next.
Coming.
All right, so
Coming for you.
tomorrow,
It's
Tomorrow-
Thursday.
Nick's going to have an open. Maybe.
Probably.
Maybe.
We'll see.
People are saying. People are
Yeah,
wondering. People
yeah,
are wondering.
yeah.
Robin
Robin
Washut.
Washut.
And
From Las
I
Vegas.
don't care.
oh, and maybe a guest.
Oh, maybe.
That would be nice, Nick.
If they get back. Just waiting up. The ball is in their court.
Mhm.
And I'm just
Nervous.
waiting with the torpedo bat to hit it.
I'm nervous about this. This could be a great guest, an interesting discussion, a wonderful conversation, or we could be sad and lonely.
That's true.
Yeah.
Don't let us down.
Like I said, the ball is in their court.
Don't let
Don't let me down. That's a song by the Beatles.
Oh, one of the most popular bands in history.
Don't let me down. Yeah, Stibbs was being critical of me yesterday, saying that I only like popular things.
I mean, the Cowboys were the most popular team when you were born.
I do like football.
Yeah,
I love football.
that's true.
Football.
You like the
are
most popular
front
sport?
runner, Josh.
Football tomorrow as well, baby. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.